Okay. I feel like as an activist, focusing on the genocide isn't enough. I feel like it is almost dehumanizing if we just focus on the genocide, and I think that as activists, as people who care, we should also focus on the culture surrounding Palestine, the history, because if we don't archive this, if we don't commit this to memory, then we lose the essence of what Palestine is. For example, back then Palestine had bountiful bountiful harvest of oranges, and when Israel took over, they essentially rebranded those oranges as Israeli products. It's the same for a certain brand in Israel. You know what? I'm just gonna name drop. There's this brand called Ahava, and they essentially take minerals from the Dead Sea. Yes, a yes, a part of the West Bank, which has been illegally taken over, and they make products, skincare products out of it, and promote it as Israeli, even though we all know that that it's a part of Palestine. I think that it's just really important to remember who Palestine is beyond genocide, because if we because sim- because I'm just going to repeat it again, forgetting that by only focusing on the genocide, we really do dehumanize the people. And that's the last thing that Palestinians don't want to be remembered by. They deserve to be human like the rest of us. They deserve to be remembered as people beyond their matter. Thank you for listening, guys.
Hi everyone. Okay, so thank you so much for joining us today, like in person or online, for the second weekend of the Singapore Hunger Strike for Gaza. So my name is Rachel, and I'm presenting today on behalf of Students for Palestine, as well as BDS Singapore, and I'll be talking about the BDS movement and academic boycott, and how this is key to both Palestinian and Singaporean liberation. Yeah. So this is a brief overview of today's session. So to begin with, like, what is BDS? Yep. So BDS stands for Boycott, Divestment and Sanctions, and is a Palestinian-led movement for freedom, justice and equality. Yep. So the call for BDS was first put out like exactly 20 years ago in 2005 by Palestinian civil society groups as a form of non-violent pressure on Israel. So part of that text is copied here. So already by this point, which was 57 years after the Nakba in 1948, international intervention and peacemaking had all failed to end Israeli occupation and oppression of Palestinians. So this triggered members of Palestinian civil society to call on the international community to impose boycotts and implement divestment initiatives and pressure their governments to impose sanctions against Israel. So this was inspired by the South African anti-apartheid movement in the 1960s to 1990s. Yep. So the BDS call went on to state that these BDS measures should be maintained until Israel meets the following three demands. So ending its occupation of all Arab lands and dismantling the apartheid wall, recognizing fundamental rights of Arab Palestinian citizens of Israel to full equality, as well as respecting Palestinians' right to return to their homes and properties. So you'll note that this aligns with like the Palestinian Tawabet, which includes like the right to resistance, self-determination, and the right to return. Yep. So what's really powerful about the BDS movement is that it's an entirely grassroots-led movement that represents the Palestinian popular and civil society consensus. So as mentioned, it was launched by 170 Palestinian unions, refugee networks, women's organizations, professional associations, and other Palestinian civil society bodies. So it's run by the BDS National Committee, which is the largest coalition in Palestinian society, including both Palestinians in historic Palestine and in exile. BDS is also not linked to any political party, which has, given the BDS movement the political freedom to campaign on all fronts and not to be like restricted by specific like political or ideological constraints. And in the past 20 years, BDS has become like a vibrant global movement made up of unions, academic associations, churches, and more like across the world. So it focuses on local grassroots boycott initiatives and leads anti-normalization efforts in all fields. And it definitely has had like a major impact on challenging international support for Israel. So the basic logic of BDS is the logic of pressure, so not diplomacy, persuasion, or dialogue. So as mentioned earlier in the BDS call, diplomacy as a strategy for achieving Palestinian rights have proved futile due to the protection and immunity that Israel enjoys from like hegemonic powers all around the world and those in their orbit, including Singapore. So this was true back in 2005 and is still true today. And we've also seen how dialogue has failed miserably. Dialogue is often framed in terms of two sides to the story, in the sense that like each side must understand like the pain and suffering and the narrative of the other. But this presents the two sides as if they were like equally culpable and deliberately avoids the basic colonizer-colonized relationship. So dialogue does not promote change, but actually like reinforces the status quo, and is in fact like mainly in the interest of the Israeli side of the dialogue, because it makes Israelis feel like they're doing something when in fact they're not. So the aim of BDS is to eventually reach a tipping point where Israel's economy has suffered enough from boycotts, divestments, and sanctions that Israelis themselves will be pressured to withdraw their support from their government, and at risk of like continuing to live in a state lacking economic prospects that is like shunned internationally. So another thing important to remember is that BDS is not a principle or moral stand, it is a tactic. So, depending on the circumstances, you use the most effective tool because the situation demands it. And in this case, like the SBDS. So like it's important to note, that boycott should not be directed against like an individual or people or nation. Like a boycott is directed against a policy and the institutions which support that policy. And its aim is to not to reject, but to ultimately bring about change. So for example, in terms of academic boycott, it must be understood as like a means to an end, which is like academic and cultural freedom for all. And it's also essential not to confuse like the means, which is pressure, with the objective, which is finding a formula for joint living. So in other words, like pressure is meant to trigger meaningful negotiation and not take their place. And in fact, as soon as you start implementing a boycott strategy, you'll see that like dialogue increases dramatically. So this next slide just breaks down what exactly BD and S are, like just a bit of a crash course. So like boycott refers to like consumers' decision to punish private companies by making selective choices of products or brands based on social, political, or ethical considerations. So it's in a sense a form of like political participation. You know, it places consumers, who are usually like the lowest player in the economic sphere, on the same level as like producers. And divestment is basically the opposite of investment. So it refers to like reducing or selling company shares and bonds to avoid complicity in activities deemed unethical or harmful. And the purpose is intended to, one, reallocate funds to more ethical investments, and also make a public statement that can pressure a company, industry, or government towards a change in policy. And economic sanctions refer to commercial and financial penalties applied by like states or institutions against like other states, groups, or individuals. And it's a form of coercion that attempts to get the target to change its behavior through disruption and economic exchange. So in the context of Israel, boycott and divestment applies to all complicit Israeli institutions and international companies that sustain Israel's apartheid occupation. And sanctions would include, you know, governments banning businesses with illegal Israeli settlements and ending military trade and free trade agreements. Yep. So, as mentioned, the BDS is inspired by the South African anti-apartheid movement. So this was like back in the 1948 to like early 1990s, like. Under South Africa's apartheid, you know, there was institutionalized racial segregation in South Africa, and it was dominated like politically by like the minority white population, and like other the Indians, coloreds, and like Black Africans were considered of like a lower status. So the call for anti-apartheid movement was like first made by the president of the African National Congress in 1958. And like 1 year later, in 1959, in response to this call, the boycott movement was founded in London by South African exiles and their British supporters. And at first it focused just on consumer boycott. But in 1960, you know, following the Sharpeville massacre, which is when South African police shot dead 69 like unarmed Africans protesting against apartheid laws, they expanded beyond consumer boycott and campaigned for the total isolation of apartheid South Africa, including full economic sanctions and political, cultural, and sports boycotts. So on the left side of the slide, you can see like this is a leaflet like asking people like in London to like take part in the March month of boycott. And on the right, sorry, the text is quite small, but this is an infographic created by Visualizing Palestine in 2019, which highlights like a selection of milestones from over 30 years of the international movement to end South African apartheid. Yep. So, in solidarity with like the South African internal resistance, international communities adopted like comprehensive academic, cultural, and consumer boycott tactics to pressure governments and corporations to divest from or sanction South Africa. So, first you can see the sporting boycott. So this is one of the most visible boycotts. So it played out on like the sports field, from like tennis championships to rugby internationals to cricket. In 1961, like FIFA suspended South Africa. In 1964, South Africa was suspended from the Tokyo Olympics, and then they were expelled from the Olympics in 1970. And academic boycott was initiated first in like 1965. So like almost 500 university professors and lecturers from British universities signed a declaration to protest apartheid and violations of academic freedom in South Africa. And the cultural boycott, so like Musicians Union in the UK blocked South African artists from playing on the BBC, and international artists also refused to perform in South Africa. And in 1980, the UN like actually passed a resolution calling for cultural, academic, and other boycotts of South Africa. And as for divestment and sanctions, the United Nations General Assembly like passed like a resolution in 1962 calling for imposing economic and other sanctions on South Africa. So at this point, like all Western nations actually refused to join the committee as members. However, like over the years, like in part due to like mobilization by like universities, churches, and like local organizations, by the mid 1980s, like 1 in 4 British people were boycotting South African goods, and by the late 1980s, US, UK, and like 23 other states had like passed laws placing various trade sanctions on South Africa, and that includes Singapore, which like also imposed an oil embargo on South Africa. So these economic sanctions like placed a significant pressure on the South African government in helping to end apartheid. And I think also important to recognize that it wasn't just international sanctions alone. You know, the apartheid government in South Africa was also like destabilized by like a mass movement of the South African working class, and this also played a substantial role. Yep, so there has been criticism about whether BDS is an effective political tool or not, particularly surrounding like the efficacy of consumer boycotts. So firstly, while consumer boycotts place like pressure on corporations, the impact is like sometimes hard to determine, and oftentimes financial impact is temporary. There are also claims that like global international capitalists, like they already own everything and like cannot be stuffed to boycott. For example, companies like Unilever, Nestle, who just own like thousands of brands, and like BlackRock, the world's like largest asset manager, they have like they are one of the largest investors in like Microsoft, Amazon, Lockheed Martin, Caterpillar, and Palantir. So like and there's also like a criticism that, you know, with the recent rise in like anti-corporate activism, like this will dilute the effect of boycotts. You know, as more and more companies today are like targeted by boycotts, the boycotts become less effective. And there's also like claims that like, you know, a lot of times boycotts also like lack sustained effort and people lose interest. But I think when thinking about consumer boycotts, it's also important to like redefine the success. What constitutes success of a consumer boycott? You know, it's not just directly about hurting like a company's bottom line. Like it's also important to like even when boycotts like don't really hurt revenue, like they damage like a company's reputation, and like brand value is, you know, one of the top assets like a company can have, and successful boycotts usually impact both finances and image. And when the reputation of companies are affected, this could also lead to like, you know, shareholders getting spooked and pulling out of their investments. And I think boycotts are like also very empowering. Like it's important not to underestimate like the psychological impact of them. You know, as an individual, when you make the choice to like align your purchases with your values, it can be like very empowering, and also like a reminder to stay principled and kind of a remedy against helplessness. It's also like important in building like capacity for like greater individual as well as collective action. And boycotts also importantly like bring attention to and signal like the magnitude and intensity of an issue. And it's also particularly like quite a valuable tool in Singapore, where there's like so much restriction on like public protest and assembly, and boycotts is something that like everyone can do without risk. And there are also doubts as to the effectiveness of divestment and sanctions. So, you know, some research has shown that there's not much correlation between divestment campaigns and stock value or company behavior. And in the sense that, because, you know, when you sell shares, they are basically just bought over by like other investors. So, but however, like similar to boycott, like divestment can serve as like a basis for, you know, political campaign. It can also serve as like moral and symbolic victory, which raises awareness of an issue and like spurs further political action. And in the case of South Africa, there's also the argument that international sanctions and divestment had like limited economic impact on the regime, and that the decisive blow against apartheid was, you know, the revolutionary mass movement by the South African working class. Like I think, however, it's also important to consider that Israel and South Africa's economies are like very different. You know, Israel is very reliant on international trade, and like the tech and science fields are like a big part of like, you know, their GDP. And so isolation in this sense in the academic front can be like very powerful. And I think also times have also changed, you know, like 40 years later, like isolation takes on like a different significance like in this very globalized world. And BDS is also part of, you know, creating the conditions such that internal mass movement within Israel is possible. So yeah, just like a quick, like there are studies that have pointed out like several components that make up successful boycott. So it includes like having clear alternatives. So for example, we've seen that like fast food chains like McDonald's and Starbucks have like suffered the most because of the current boycott movement, and precisely because there are like many alternatives for these products, whereas like companies like Google, Amazon, and Oracle Softwares, which have all been identified as targets of BDS, they haven't been affected as much, given that there are like a few major like software or platforms that can act as alternatives. And like the importance of the news cycle and social media like cannot be overestimated in expanding like boycotts beyond the geographic scope of where the event takes place. And because of social media and all the different tools, like BDS is kept at the forefront of people's minds, and it's easier to like keep the momentum going. And yeah, active political conflagration also serves as like a great momentum to sustain, great motivation to sustain the momentum. Yeah, and so like, the intensity and the duration of Israel's ongoing genocide in Gaza has led to like the highest levels of activism we've seen across the world. And the difference between like effective and ineffective boycotts is also like lies in the organization behind it. So while like local movements can like often fizzle out, a more sustained effort can sustain a movement for a long time. And like we've seen that like BDS actually meets all these criteria, and it's like proof that it's like how powerful BDS has been. And in terms of like a targeted boycott is also what makes boycott successful. It's important to strategically focus on like a small number of selected companies that play a clear role in Israel's crimes against Palestinians. So we can see so the BDS movement has listed all these like priority targets, and they've also emphasized the importance of like targeted collective efforts to ensure that the BDS is effective. Okay, so like moving on to like talking more specifically about academic boycott. So academic boycott was launched in like 2004 by the Palestinian Campaign for the Academic and Cultural Boycott of Israel. So not just including a boycott of Israeli institutions, it also called for international artists, cultural workers, and cultural organizations to work towards the cancellation of activities that involve Israel and complicit institutions. So when we talk about the academic boycott, it's important to recognize that like all knowledge production is political. So narratives are informed by and in turn like inform power dynamics and politics. So the academy is where the official production of state-sanctioned knowledge is concentrated. Scholarship is not neutral. It doesn't exist in an ivory tower, and there's no form of like intellectual activity that does not translate into on-the-ground manifestations. So just like a quote from Dr. Shireen Hassim, who was a South African political studies professor, when she spoke about the role of universities in establishing apartheid in South Africa. So she said, institutions of higher education do not stand outside of relations of power in society. They're implicated in defending, elaborating, and employing technologies of power, and in training the elite to use that power. And in a hyper-militarized society like Israel's, we can see that the academy is like deeply involved in generating the ideology and tools of oppression, dispossession, and violation of Palestinian rights. So that includes, of course, the natural and physical sciences. For example, the development of like efficient mechanisms for killing and surveillance. And social science is also implicated. So, for example, historical accounts and textbooks erase the Palestinian narrative, including the Nakba. Geography books erase the names of Palestinian towns and villages. Archaeology departments discard Palestinian artifacts and only keep like the Jewish finds. And these are like all the products and teaching tools of the Israeli Academy, and how Israeli students are taught to ignore almost like 2,000 years of continued Palestinian history, society, and civilization. The Israeli government also relies on think tanks staffed by specialists, graduates, and professors of the most prestigious universities. And soldiers who participate in military assaults in Gaza and the West Bank are also like given scholarships. So in this sense, the academy is like the brain of the monster. And so this series of infographics by Visualizing Palestine explores how Israeli academic institutions are key to upholding state structures of occupation and apartheid. So firstly, Israeli universities participate in the colonization of Palestinian lands. So for example, Tel Aviv University is built on top of like a depopulated Palestinian village. Hebrew University is situated in East Jerusalem on occupied land, and also works hand in hand with the Israeli police to like surveil the neighboring Palestinian village. Israeli universities benefit from close relationships with the military and multinational weapons companies. So universities like Bar-Ilan, Technion, Ben Gurion universities, they work with the Israeli military to develop combat vehicles and heavy machinery. They also partner with like arms developers like Elbit and Rafael, whose weapons and surveillance technologies are used on Palestinians and then exported globally. And Israeli universities also cater to military recruitment and branding. So for example, Hebrew University hosts like the Havatzalot and Talpiot programs, which like recruit students into like elite military units. And Israeli universities are also host like propaganda initiatives and repress criticism of Israel. For example, the Association of University Heads in Israel, they spearhead and coordinate initiatives against the BDS movement. And Israeli universities also develop military theory and promote the growth of Israeli surveillance and weapons industries. For example, Tel Aviv University, they've developed military strategies such as the Daya Doctrine, which calls for disproportionate force and targeting of civilian infrastructure. And finally, Palestinian students, faculty, and staff also experience a lot of racism and discrimination. So, like recently in 2024, Palestinian professor Nadera Shalop-Kevorkian, she was suspended by Hebrew University after publicly calling for ceasefire in Gaza, and this led to her arrest and interrogation. And Israel's academic and cultural accomplishments are also like a big part of their public diplomacy. So it's like this serves as their glamorous non-military face and like as a mask to detract from its apartheid policy and violations of international law. So Israel also pushes to present itself as a normal country by offering the world's like finest academic programs, and there are like study abroad and semester programs, that give they are designed to give international students a very sanitized and positive experience of Israel. So the academic and cultural boycott plays a very important role in isolating Israeli society. So the isolation of Israel can offer an organizing principle and set of activities to marshal support for the Palestinian struggle. It also conveys a clear signal that members of the international community are not neutral observers of Israeli oppression, but active participants of the global struggle for Palestinian rights. And the isolation of Israeli academics also calls attention, to their institutions' complicity and can serve as a constant reminder to members of the Israeli Academy that their work is not politically neutral, but serves the function of normalizing political situation of oppression. And this could incentivize them to campaign for change within their own communities. Okay, and the Israeli economy is also heavily based on science and technology. So, for example, R&D expenditure is 5.4% of the GDP in 2023. So that's the highest in the world. And so blocks on research funding could be very problematic both for Israeli universities and the country as a whole. So I think one common criticism of the academic boycott is that, this censors freedom of speech and curtails academic freedom. But I think it's important to recognize that in this case, the academic freedom that you would be protecting is only the freedom of Israeli academics, because Palestinian right to education is really severely jeopardized. While Israeli academics are free to travel around to conferences around the world, the same is not true for Palestinians. Academics and scholars in the West Bank often face severe limits on their freedom of movement, freedom of expression, and peaceful assembly. And Palestinian academics and students also often endure Israeli military invasions of their campuses and arrests. And we've of course seen how in Gaza, all the universities have been destroyed. So since Palestinians don't have academic freedom, what you would be protecting, it would only be in the name of academic freedom is only the oppressor's privilege. And also it's important to distinguish between boycott as a temporary strategy as well as censorship as a denial of freedom of expression. Yeah. So the impact of BDS has been substantial, especially within the past few years. And so I'll just share a few more examples to see the wide scope of targets and achievements of the BDS movement. So as of October 2025, there haven't been any comprehensive internationally coordinated sanctions. However, many individual countries and international bodies have implemented targeted sanctions and arms embargoes against specific Israeli individuals or entities. So here you can see in October and September this year, Spain's parliament has improved a formal arms embargo on Israel. The EU has laid out tariffs and sanctions, and the Labour Conference in the UK has also voted to sanction Israel and recognize the Gaza genocide. In September 2025, the Scottish Parliament voted for an amendment calling for an immediate and full boycott of Israel and companies linked to Israel's genocide. And this move is symbolic, but it does contribute a landmark gesture of solidarity with Palestinians. Microsoft also recently has terminated the Israeli military's access to the Microsoft Azure, which it used to operate like surveillance system that collected like millions of Palestinian civilian phone calls. And yeah, this followed from like a investigation that revealed how Azure was used to like process all these Palestinian like private information. And then we also see how the Norwegian Sovereign Fund, which is the largest in the world, as well as Dutch and Danish pension funds, have divested from Israeli bonds, as well as Caterpillar, which is like a primary BDS target. And then also in 2024, like Intel, the tech giant Intel, like froze construction of a $25 billion factory in Israel. Yeah, and then here you also see like how European firms have like retreated from Israel-linked finance, and Norwegian Nordic regions like investors have also divested from Palantir. Japanese corporation Yokohama has like closed a factory in Israel. And then there's also here you see like compilation of the academic boycott, how universities around the world have cut ties with Israeli academics over the Gaza war. And this is just a snapshot of like a few of like the many like BDS like actions that have been implemented against Israeli universities. Yeah, and then for the sports and cultural boycott, this has also been like very impactful. So like Saucony ended sponsorship of the Jerusalem Marathon following boycott calls. Israel has been banned from the World Gymnastics Championships. And hundreds of like film workers, thousands of film workers from Hollywood, have signed a pledge to boycott the Israeli film industry and like from film festivals. And like No Music for Genocide also has blocked their music from like a group of 400 artists who have blocked their music from streaming services in Israel. And we can also gauge the effectiveness of BDS based on Israel's response to it. So their countermeasures and designation of BDS as a strategic threat is also evidence for BDS's success. So in 2011, Israel enacted the Law for Prevention of Damage to the State of Israel through Boycott. So this stopped progress from an internal boycott movement led by Jewish Israelis called Boycott from Within. And the law also restricts like public promotion of academic, economic, and cultural boycott by Israeli citizens. In 2015, like BDS movement was labeled as anti-Semitic and by an Israeli minister. And in 2017, like Israel began openly barring like pro-BDS activists from entering the country. In 2018, like 20 international groups were placed on the so-called BDS blacklist, including Jewish Voice for Peace. And from 2016 to 2019, Israel allocated over $100 million in funding to counter BDS efforts. And in 2018 and 19, it was also revealed that the Israeli intelligence agency Mossad was involved in efforts to actively disrupt the BDS movement. And, tens of millions of dollars were allocated for this project. And Israel was also involved in like lobbying foreign governments and international organizations in cracking down on BDS movement. For example, in 2019, Germany became like the first EU country to vote on a motion labeling BDS sanctions as anti-Semitic. And as of 2024, like many states in the US have passed bills and executive orders designed to discourage boycotts of Israel. So, but despite all of Israel's efforts at suppressing BDS, we've seen how this hasn't quite been successful given like the impact that BDS has had on Israeli economy. So like just over a year ago in like June 2024, senior Israeli banker has confirmed that Israel is feeling the effects of the economic boycott and of becoming pariahs in some countries, and more than 80% of Israeli startups have suffered damages. Again, last year, an article talking about how BDS and boycotts have changed Israel's global trade landscape, with the chairman of the Israel Export Institute like talking about how they fight every day, hour by hour, for Israeli industry abroad because of the effectiveness of economic boycotts. And a more recent article also talks about the looming menace of economic sanctions and international isolation, which could impinge on the quality of life of Israelis. And in this same article, like it also talks about how Israel is a small country with like very few natural resources and an economy dependent on human capital as its main source of growth. And we see how the brain drain from like Israel is affecting their economy. Yeah, and like very recently, Netanyahu has also admitted that Israel faces like prolonged isolation and like how Israel is becoming a pariah on the global stage, and like one of Israel's like previous ministers like had also talked about how like the symbolic has like more leverage than the bolts and numbers. So like the symbolic isolation of Israel is also very effective. Yeah, and finally, about on the academic boycott front, so there's been calls to exclude Israel from the Europe's Horizon research program. So this is one of like the most prestigious science research programs in the world, and Israel has been one of the most successful member countries in this program. They've received about like 200 million euros of research funding since 2021, and if they were excluded from this program, it would be like a huge blow to like Israel's science and technology sector. Okay, so we've now seen how BDS has had like a huge impact on Israel's global standing. And so I just want to pivot a bit to talk about like student movements in light of how, pro-Palestine encampments were like really key in drawing huge attention to the genocide and the BDS movement. Yep, so students have always been at the forefront of challenging like injustice. They've played a critical role in many major social and political movements around the world. And this in part derives from the very unique social location that students inhabit. Students do not belong to any class. They inhabit like a transitory identity that they will soon leave, and most students are also young and relatively unencumbered. They are less tied to jobs and family responsibilities and tend to have more flexible time than most workers, so this gives them more freedom to engage in political activity. Students also occupy like a very high visibility social location in the sense that quite small numbers can initiate like bold actions that like capture the imagination of the wider public. And of course, universities and tertiary education institutions are also, places that foster the pursuit of knowledge and exploration of ideas, which means that, young people are more likely to encounter like radical ideas at university than anywhere else. Students also occupy a political position in capitalist society, and this is informed by the space that students inhabit. So like universities are complicit in like reproducing like capitalist state relations, the financial costs of our education. So students' education like is also like publicly funded and paid through like wage labor. And finally, like the social relations of education, where the organization of classrooms like replicates hierarchical social relations in the labor market. So it's important to keep the position of students in mind when we think about like student movements. Yeah, and while students usually don't play much of a role in like producing profits, like they don't have that much social power, but they can also be like a very powerful force for change. So large student collectives alone like rarely constitute like a great enough threat to the government to force change, and most of the success of student resistance actions actually lies in their ability to galvanize a larger uprising among the public. Students are often the first to take action, and because of their ability to move into the struggle quickly, they can act as like a detonator for like broader social forces. And institutions are usually like conservative by nature and inherently resist change. Usually like historically like powerful institutions generally like don't really care much if students like claim unfair treatment, but we've seen like from like the history of student actions that dramatic actions, especially those in which governments like repress, like clamp down violently, they are particularly powerful. They can spark off like massive popular response because they bring to light like the social power, the social power at work. And so this is just some examples of like how student actions have had like direct effects on national and international politics. So on the left are like images from the Soweto youth uprising in South Africa in 1946. So this is when thousands of African students marched in protest of unequal education in apartheid South Africa. And armed police attacked the march and like killed like up to like 700 people and injured about 1,000 people. And because of this, like students continued to organize, and anti-apartheid protests like erupted across the country like into the following year. And so the images of like the police firing on peacefully protesting students like exposed the brutality of the South African regime and like drew a lot of international attention and condemnation, which is what led to groups around the world like pushing for BDS like even more strongly. And then on the right, in the Tiananmen Square protest in China in 1989, so it started off with like students calling for democracy, and at this point, like the Chinese government was not like particularly threatened, but when like close to 1 million like residents and workers like supported these students, that is when the government reacted with tremendous force. And then next example, the Sunflower Revolt in Taiwan in 2014. So this was like a student-led occupation of Taiwan's parliament in 2014. So hundreds of students took over and occupied the country's legislature, and they were supported by like tens and thousands of workers who protested in the streets for almost up to a month. Yeah, and this was like, they protested to they did this to protest against like the Taiwanese government's attempts to like ram through like a trade agreement between Taiwan and China that would put the Taiwanese economy like vulnerable to Chinese political pressure. And so after more than 3 weeks of the occupation of the parliament and like enjoining street protests, the government eventually conceded to the demands and announced that the bill would not be passed through unless there were like better public oversight mechanisms in place. And finally, like the umbrella movement in Hong Kong, also in 2014. So this was a series of like sit-in protests that lasted over more than 2 months in Hong Kong. And it was like led by students who were first to lead the strike and the boycott. And then following which, other members of the public joined in to demand for the right to more transparent elections. And finally, of course, like the pro-Palestine student movements that have been ongoing in the past couple of years. And this was like made most visible by the encampments over a few months in last year in 2024. So, pro-Palestinian protests on university campuses escalated and spread into like US and all across Europe, Australia, and like many countries around the world. And in this movement, like most student groups like focus on pressuring institutions to enact academic, institutional, and financial boycotts of Israeli institutions. So in the US, the focus was mainly on divestment of institutional funds from complicit companies, whereas in the EU, there was a lot more focus on cutting research programs, partnerships, and agreements. And though it may be hard to envision today, like given how depoliticized the Singapore education system is, Singaporean students were also like deeply embedded in political activism, and this included like disruptive activism such as like strikes and protests. And some of the earliest activism in Singapore was like fiercely anti-colonial and united students across Singapore, like regardless of their language streams or background. So like tends to be like a national narrative that simplifies the student community into like just a binary of Chinese English educated, with like Chinese educated activists typically framed as like agents of communism. But I think we can see that even like English educated students were also like key in like activist movements in the past. And there was also like just a recent like editorial by the Online Citizen which talked about how Singapore's independence was won through activism, not avoided by it. And it also talks about how the PAP themselves were like big supporters, were participated in like anti-colonial demonstrations that were led by students and workers. So like the most radical and organized movements in Singapore were centered in like Chinese medium schools. So like, Chinese middle school students like mobilized against educational policies and perceived discrimination against like the Chinese language stream. And here you can see in 1954, the National Service protest. So like Chinese middle school students, like they didn't feel like they were obliged to serve the colonial government. And so they led protests, and this was like the Singapore police like reacted quite strongly. They charged into a group of like unarmed students and like arrested like many of them, and many were also like sent to the hospital. And then following that, in like 1956, the government also started taking like tough measures to suppress communist activities, including the suspension of pro-communist organizations such as the Singapore Chinese Middle School Union. And in protest of this, 5,000 Chinese middle school students gathered and camped in their schools and threatened the sit-in until the union was reinstated. So in response, the government like arrested student leaders, expelled over 100 students, and again, in response to that, then more students even came and like took control over their schools and sat in over like 2 weeks. They put up anti-government posters, they organized meetings, and they held demonstrations. And their actions were like supported by trade unions, by bus workers, and also like by university students. And then There was also the Nanyang University stay-in and hunger strike in 1964. So this was following the arrest of like 52 students who were arrested like on the grounds of like communist subversive activities. And following this, the students staged a stay-in to like protest these arrests, and also like about 300 students were like also even involved in like a hunger strike. And then in 1966, there was then the introduction of like the suitability cert by the government, which was basically like a cert requiring that students had to produce in order to enter like institutions of like higher learning. So these certificates were like aimed at discouraging student activism and subversion. So it was like as a form of like security clearance submitted by students when they applied for university. So like again, like students from the University of Singapore like protested this. Like they camped out in the Bukit Timah campus to like protest against the need for like the suitability cert. And then in 1971, again also like Singapore Polytechnic campus demonstration, and then in the same year there were also Singapore Polytechnic students also like demonstrated again protested against like the British sale of arms to like apartheid South Africa. And then here in 1974, you can see after the arrest of like Student Union President Tan Wah Piao, students, University of Singapore students like gathered outside the district, demonstrated outside the district court. Okay, so I guess after seeing all that, like I guess the question is like, how do local student movements like fit in with a struggle for a free Palestine today? So like in this section, I'll talk a bit more about, provide some info about like BDS in the context of Singapore. So you're probably like familiar with like the very extensive economic, military, and diplomatic ties between Israel and Singapore. And like these slides like just detail some of these ties. So for example, this was like part of the opening remarks by Second Minister Tan See Leng at the Israel-Singapore Business Forum in 2023. So he talks about how Israel was Singapore's largest investment destination and source country for investments in the region. In 2021, foreign direct investment from Israel was 3.9 billion, and our direct investment abroad to Israel was 2.9 billion. And like Singapore also serves as like Israel's gateway into Southeast Asia. And then here in an article from December last year, which is already like more than a year into the genocide, this article was published talking about how Singapore is doubling down on Israeli tech. And a quote here that says, Singapore-based investment has grown tremendously in Israeli tech over the past few years, and the Singapore government has allocated like over 20 billion over 5 years in Israeli tech. Again, same. Just some quotes from like the same article. So it also highlighted the Singapore-Israel Industrial R&D Foundation. Since 1997, it has been awarded over like $105 million in like research grants. Singapore Economic Development Board also partners with an Israeli venture firm, and there are like many Israeli tech companies expanding offices to Singapore. And Innovate, Singapore's Singtel's 300 million fund also like has an office in like Tel Aviv and invests in like many Israeli companies. And Singapore also has like a very long history of military ties with Israel. So on the left, you can just see like a list of headlines about all the ties between Israeli's defense and like Israeli like weapons companies and Singapore. And then just like more headlines on the right talking about how like Singapore has launched like this DS-SAR radar satellite with like Israeli aerospace industries. Singapore-Israel partner in like the new naval missile venture, and also like the headline more recently 2024 like Singapore Air Show, when like Israeli arms makers like demonstrate their exhibited there. And then Singapore's also like one of the top like importers of Israeli weapons. So in 2022 like we were like the 10th most we were like number 10 in the list of like countries which imported the most Israeli weapons. And then Singapore also like imports like F-33 fighter jets that are like used in Israel's ongoing genocide in Gaza. And Singapore-Israel academic ties are also very extensive. So since back in like 2007, this is when like Israeli education minister and the Singapore Minister of Foreign Affairs like discuss educational collaborations. And this also just like a screenshot of like some headlines from 2017 to 2022 about like various partnerships between Singapore and Israel in the science and tech field. And this slide also summarizes programs between like local universities and Israeli universities that were in effect before October 7th. So a lot of these programs are currently not available or have been taken down from university websites. And so these were like ostensibly suspended on like grounds of student safety. But the status of these partnerships in the future are like still uncertain. We're not sure whether these programs will be instated, whether these partnerships are still ongoing. Yeah, and I just wanted to like also highlight NUS and NTU's like extensive ties to like Hebrew University. So there have been like faculty agreements in law and life sciences since like 2008 and 2011, and a memorandum of agreement has also been signed between like these two Singapore universities and Hebrew University, like including like student exchange programs. And most significantly, NUS, NTU, and the Hebrew University also collaborate in SHARE, which is the Singapore Hebrew University Alliance for Research and Enterprise. So this was like started in 2016 and is based in the Create building in NUS U-Town. So this this a research association, a research alliance that like is registered in Singapore and like receives like a lot of local funding. And the collaboration with like the Hebrew University is ongoing and still very strong. As recently as last month, they received like visits from like faculty from the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. Yep. So I guess just to sum up, like Singapore and Israel ties are really extensive. Yeah, like we maintain like diplomatic and trade relations in like defense technology and training cooperation. Technology, water, and agri-tech, as well as diplomatic engagement. So I think all this just makes really clear that like Singapore isn't like a small time or inconsequential partner to Israel, and like as Singaporeans, we shouldn't let up our call to the Singapore government to review cooperation with Israel. Yeah, and in light of like Israel's violations in Palestinians, so like we can look at like how civil society in Singapore has responded to all these ties. So I was just looking at like local efforts before the recent escalation, and then found this article that was published back in 2016 that examined like boycott movements in both Malaysia and Singapore. And I think interestingly, like the article talks about, how back then at this point, boycotts did not form like the main thrust of like movements in Singapore. Boycotts were mainly just restricted to like individuals, and they lacked like structure and organization. And pro-Palestinian activism was also largely taken on by the Malay Muslim community. And because of that, there was a lot of resistance from non-Muslim audiences. And there was also like a reliance on like the Malaysian counterpart. So the article talks about how, in Malaysia is like the forerunners of like boycott movements in the region, with like there have been prominent NGOs like campaigning for boycott since the early 2000s. Yeah, but because of this reliance on Malaysian counterparts, then there were a lot of Singaporeans like criticizing, saying like, we should take like a more non-partisan view. And in Singapore, there was also like huge emphasis on restraint and reasonableness. So like these are just screenshots from Facebook posts by the group from Singapore to Palestine in 2014. They talked about how the post like mentions like the futility of emotive expressions, and there was a lot of emphasis on like peace and like dialogue. So, and this was back in 2014, and I guess also like something to note was that these were like public assemblies taking place in Hong Lim Park back then, and we can see how like spaces for public assembly have been like narrowing. Like now 10 years later, like there's no way that an event like this would be able to proceed in Hong Lim Park. And more recently, I think we've seen how local efforts have escalated greatly in quantity and scope, like compared to like 10 years ago. There's a much bigger focus on like BDS much bigger focus on BDS than before. And a lot of these are like independently driven, like homegrown movements in like from various local pro-Palestinian organizations, students, and like individuals. So for example, there's BDS Singapore, which like posts a lot about like boycott and Singapore's ties to Israel. There's a No Israeli Arms at Singapore Airshow 2026 open letter and petition. Recently, there was also like an open letter to Inclusive Careers Fair and Pink Fest, asking for like ICF and Pinkfest to review sponsorships by corporations that are complicit in Israel's genocide. There was a letter delivery on 2nd February last year, where citizens walked to the Istana to deliver letters asking for a government to place like more sanctions on Israel, and of course like the banner like unveiled at like Gardens by the Bay, and of course like Students for Palestine, which leads like the Singaporean campaign for the academic boycott of Israel. And I think this slide also talks about how like reputational costs matter, and this is like a example of like a successful like BDS effort in Singapore. So quite recently, I guess you may have heard, like Fullerton Hotel like came under a lot of like heat for hosting like a gala for hosting like the Friends of Israel like annual dinner gala. There was a lot of posts on social media. People were like wrote open letters. People like went on Google Maps to like give 0-star, 1-star reviews. And because of all this backlash, Fullerton Hotel then confirmed that they would not be hosting the gala dinner anymore. So just an example, like successful example of BDS. And in terms of the local academic boycott movement, this has been like largely led by Students for Palestine. So there have been like graduation actions and letter deliveries to the Istana, and I guess most like visibly there was like the memorial to honor Palestinian students at the Create building, which is the building that hosts like SHARE, like the Singapore HUJ, like Singapore Hebrew University Alliance for Research. So and I guess like in light of that, like what comes next? And I guess like the key thing, like I guess the first thing will be to look at like the BDS like target list. So like these are all like priority targets of the BDS movement that as individuals we can like as individuals like we can boycott these movements and like continue like seeking like alternatives. And like because of the importance, I guess we mentioned the importance earlier about targeted boycott. So like I think it's like key to recognize, all these institutions, like, all these corporations, like, are the main priorities. For example, like, if you want to try to, like, boycott all, like, different Unilever products, I think that will be very hard and challenging, and it will be most, like, important to, like, really focus your efforts and energy on, like, boycotting these targets, because, like, that's how, like, BDS works, through, like, collective action on specific targets. And there's also like apps that you can use, such as like Boycat and No Thanks, to like boycott complicit consumer brands. And and then like the BDS movement also encourages like us to like call or write in and use social media outreach to like ask like local supermarkets to drop these brands and provide alternatives. And then also there's the BDS call to action, like calling for individuals, businesses, and politicians in Singapore to like basically enact like BDS in Singapore, and also divest from like Israeli entities, and also like identify as allies of Palestine and support like investment and trade with like Palestinian businesses. And this is also like an action that like BDS Singapore is planning to take to identify like apartheid-free zones in Singapore, for example community spaces, bookstores, and libraries. So like I guess stay tuned to this coming up. And currently ongoing is also like the campaign against the Singapore Air Show 2026. So there's like a petition and like an open letter. The petition you can sign, and open letter that you can also write in to ministers to like just call for no Israeli arms to be showcased at the Singapore Air Show next year. And I guess, finally, like tomorrow, there will also be like a counter mapping workshop held by Singapore Climate Rally and BDS Singapore. So it's taking place 1 to 3 p.m. So you're welcome to like tune in to the broadcast to like join this. And during this session, they will map out links between like Singapore government and like Israeli companies, like including military links and like, mapping links. And then finally, I guess, like the average Singaporean can recognize that, the average Singaporean has like a lot more in common with like Palestinians under occupation than we have with our ruling class. And so we like urge everyone, like here, everyone watching, to like join the movement today. So, there's, struggling like within our community is like really important to like grow the BDS movement, and also like, activism stuff. So these are like Instagram accounts that you can like message, and like we are like all open to like we welcome like new people to come join in. Thank you very much. That's the end of the presentation. Yeah.
Okay, I don't know if this is related, but do you have any information about Singapore's links with Miriam Adelson, who helped build Marina Bay Sands, and she's the wife of late Sheldon Adelson, who, well, we know is a very big name in Zionist, the Zionist, the whole entity. Do you know anything about that? Because I think it was earlier this year that she came to Singapore and they had this ceremony to celebrate her investment to build an extension of, I don't know, $8 million something. Do you anything about that?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Yeah, I did hear about that and I'm aware, but I guess I'm not super sure of like specific details about it. Yeah, but we can definitely like look more into that and see how like we can like take action against like any future like instances of visits, like what we can do about it.
So because I think it helps for us to realize that physical places that we're in have a lot of connection, because sometimes we feel that it's just some businesses that don't have anything to do with us, but it's actually a lot of I think maybe it will help for us to realize that it's much closer than we think if we can realize those connections.
Yeah, totally agree. Yeah, thanks very much for sharing.
Are there any plans for SG Academic Boycott to do anything to pressure the university in Singapore to do more at this moment? Yeah.
I think at this moment, like, I guess what we've done so far is like, we had an open letter and then we also like did like the memorial like earlier this year. Yeah, I think right now it is quite hard to like target like the universities because of like how deeply embedded the ties are, with, so I think we're still focusing more on like, maybe not like specifically just on the universities, but just more broadly like BDS in Singapore and like building like student movement. And of course, like we're also open to like suggestions for how we can like more effectively target like our universities ties. Yeah. I'll pass it.
Yes, sorry. Hi. I'm Elijah, also from Students for Palestine. Yeah, I think like a lot of the work that we've done so far has been has been quite public and more protesty, right? Given the nature of like our position as students to be able to take on that like political capacity in our society. So I think like obviously if we were planning any protests, can't really say right now. but I think also like at the same time, the work is not just external. It's not just like the things that people have been seeing online, the protests and demonstrations and vigils and all that. But there's also been a lot of like inward work also to educate ourselves and to be able to educate fellow students in different ways as well. I think for the past few weeks, like the thing that we have been working on is our involvement in this hunger strike, and also like the presentations and like the educational like materials that we can share also. So I think that in terms of like immediate like I guess projects and whatnot, it's up to members and like new people who join us to be able to shape that together with the goal of being able to advance the Tower Bed and be able to counter Zionist narratives, especially as students, where we are the main targets of the bougie like Zionist type billion-dollar education propaganda machine, right? Like it is our responsibility to be able to counter that and bring counter narratives and also the truth through like what we can unlearn and learn together as well. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, sorry. My name is Eva. I'm also part of S4P, and I think I can I think I can add on to the Marina Bay Sands point that Miriam Adelson is one of the biggest donors in the U.S. I think towards U.S.-based Zionist pressure groups, and I think she was one of the key figures who pressured Trump to move the U.S. embassy to Jerusalem. Yeah, so there's that, and I think I think I'm not the most informed on this, but I think Moshe Safdie, the architect for Jewel Changi Airport, and I think Marina Bay Sands, yeah, is also like complicit in Zionist architecture built on occupied lands and so on and so forth. And I think I'm just reminded of that slide showing how the Norwegian Sovereign Wealth Fund divested from Israeli companies. And I did a quick Google search, but I couldn't find much about this. But also Singapore has one of the world's largest sovereign wealth funds, and Singapore loves Israel. So I'm wondering if that can, yeah, if like there can be more clarification or like potentially have that as one of our pressure points.
Okay, so I'm Kai from BDS, and I can actually add on to your point, which is that we are aware that Singapore has one of the largest sovereign wealth funds, and however, like what they do invest in is very like shadowy in the sense that they don't really want to disclose it either. But we do know that they are very like complicit, and they do invest in a lot of Israeli companies, especially because they perform really well in the stock market, unfortunately. So I think we could definitely work on that as like a future like pressure point and try to like get the Singaporean government to divest, because if like Norway can do it, why can't we?
This is a question, right? Okay. My main question is basically for BDS Singapore, since we have the targets for boycott, divest, and sanction, right? Do we have like a systematic alternative to like those things so that people get a clear idea what to invest and what to divest? Because I think majority of Singaporeans, they would go for convenience. This is what I feel because like if they are not educated and stuff, they would just they will just not care. This is what I feel.
Actually, I have to ask you: are you talking about like consumer product boycotts? Or are you talking about like investment boycotts, or? I feel like BDS Singapore, we try like in our recent stuff, which is coming up soon. We are gonna actually try to provide alternatives as well, especially for consumer goods. So if let's say like we are like, okay, don't buy Coca-Cola, instead buy Slam Cola. So we'll provide you alternatives so that it's easier for you to actually adapt the BDS philosophy into your lifestyle. However, for investments it might be a bit more difficult, especially because like individual investors don't actually have that much say over the market. So it's mostly like organizations and funds and stuff like that. So I think that is more of a thing that we can try to pressure them to change over the long term, and that needs to build popular support. So
if the consumers choose to boycott and choose to boycott these companies, so basically they are so I don't know how to explain this, so I will just try my best. So basically it's consumer led boycott. So basically if let's say we have a systematic approach to like or boycotts of consumer products, the the economy by itself, they will like flow in a way that they are gonna divest from Israel, that kind of thing. So it's
Yes, in a way it works like that, especially for like FMCG companies or any companies that deal with like products. So, let's say like Unilever, you know, if you boycott enough of their products, they will eventually want to like move away from being complicit in genocide. But I think there's that, and that really works. But then there's also like the problem of like sovereign wealth funds. So like Singapore's sovereign wealth fund or anything like that, and like companies, investment companies in Singapore. So there's one investment company called Multicam in Singapore, which actually invests in Israeli technology companies. So I think it's more of like finding these links and trying to like dig into it to get the evidence, and then like do a pressure campaign on these companies to divest from such, you know, companies, from complicit companies. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks very much, everyone, like for all the great questions and like interesting discussion. So yeah, I think we've come to like the end of the BDS and academic boycott teach-in. So thank you very much for tuning in, and please also like come back for the next teach-in at, I think that's happening at like 4 p.m. later, and also tomorrow, like we have 2 more teach-ins tomorrow, and yeah, also, and the following next week will also be like the last week of the hunger strike. So yeah, do join us for that. Thanks very much.
Can start.
Can start now?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. So how's everybody so far? Actually, I just want to check. Let's do a quick checkup. Are the strikers there? How are you guys doing? I didn't go because Zul said that I might spread the virus primarily to the strikers if they're not eating. Okay, so for today, hold on, in a few seconds. Okay, so for today we're talking about, I'm going to be discussing the Palestine primer in the context of imperialism. So does anybody, like, I just want to get a sense of like what people's understanding of imperialism is in the room. Yeah, feel free to just talk. Like, there are no
Imperialism.
wrong answers. Yeah.
Imperialism, the highest form of capitalism.
Yes, well, why is that?
Because the structures of capitalism require the violent dispossession of colonized peoples and the extraction of the resources of their land to fuel the endless production of capitalism. Without that imperial connection, without that imperial violence, capitalism would not function.
Yes, that is true. Then that is all our discussion today. Thank you, guys. I have no more to teach you. Yeah, but that is true though. I mean, like what's happening in Palestine is really just like one of the many, unfortunately, effects of, or rather like requirements of capitalism. Like it's extractive in a sense that it requires not just like resources, but also people's lives. And so, yeah, so I think like we have like a good start there. So let's press on. Okay, so by the way, I want to introduce myself. I am Scarlett Guerrero from People's Artist Initiative. So I'm not sure if any of our members there, George there, but basically like we're a group of cultural workers that's interested in building a people's culture. So how do we do that? We do that by studying history, by studying society, and by studying political economics, and also most especially organizing people so that we can mobilize. Okay, so moving on. So the Palestine Primer is actually like one of the discussions that we have developed in PAI within the last 2 years. So basically like this was developed because we know that there's a lot of information going around about, excuse me, about Palestine, but a lot of these are not being analyzed through an imperialist lens or an imperial lens, or being contextualized as to why people would have to die, while people are getting murdered, and en masse. And so we felt that we needed to talk about it also so that we can see the connection between the Palestine struggle and our own experiences as, you know, people living elsewhere in the world. Okay, so next slide. Okay, so it's been 2 years of genocide. So since October 7, 2023, Israel has killed over 66,000 people. This, of course, is just a very conservative amount, like number. We know that a lot of people a lot of bodies have not been recovered. A lot of deaths have not been recorded. including at least 19,000 children. Israel has been continuously blocking the aid for Palestinians while indiscriminately bombing schools, hospitals, mosques, homes, and other civilian infrastructure. And recently, right, like repeatedly, like whenever there's a ceasefire deal, you would also see like Israel to be the one breaking the deal first. They never really, they have been consistent in that way, right, to just not follow through. So Gaza, okay, Gaza is facing a famine, IPC phase 5. So let's talk about the Al-Aqsa flood. So can I just ask, what were your reactions 2 years ago, like when the Al-Aqsa flood happened, when it first came out on the news? How did you guys feel?
Angry.
Angry? Why? What was your like initial
I felt
reaction
angry
when the
because, like,
Al-Aqsa flood happened in 2007, October 7, 2023? That's 2 years ago.
Yeah, I felt angry because, like, with all the blockage that is going on, and then like there is no aid coming in, so like they are being attacked, and then yeah, pretty much it.
Yeah.
I think on my part, I felt very shocked, but also at the same time, like, shocked kind of in a good way, because it was like, oh, there's a lot of like this is the first instance of armed resistance that I saw, like as like someone experiencing it as current events, rather than like looking at it historically.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyone else?
Yeah, I think I felt quite happy and hopeful. when I saw it.
Happy. Why did you feel happy?
Because it's been a long time coming, and I think, if anything, I think it should have happened sooner. I think if you're going through this for like 77 years, I don't think it's a surprise that, you would fight back lah. I think I would definitely have joined Hamas if I was a Palestinian.
Okay. Anyone else shares that sentiment?
One person raised up their hand.
Actually, I felt the same way. Well, I wasn't happy, but basically, like coming as someone who's coming from a semi-feudal, semi-colonial country where we have like a 56-year-old revolution happening. And knowing what's been going on in Palestine, and knowing what's going on in countries like India, and knowing what has happened in the past, like Vietnam, it was a sight to see, like the resistance of the people take its highest form, and be on a global stage where a lot of people would see that they are resisting, and making it known. So it's basically like, if we're going to talk about organizing people's resistance, like that is like one of the widest propaganda, people's propaganda that I have seen. So it was a sight to behold in our time, if you ask me. And I think we are, we're lucky to see that. Of course, like, hope doesn't have to take lives of innocent people, but yeah, such is revolution. Anyway, so Al-Aqsa Flood, led by Izz-al-Din al-Qassam Brigades, the armed wing of Hamas, an armed response to the continual Israeli occupation and blockade of the Gaza Strip. The Palestinian fighters from Gaza attacked military targets to breach the blockade and advance the struggle for liberation. So, as you all know, right, if you have been following the news from the resistance, like they have actually been, and I think you can talk about any revolutionary in history, like a lot of like their actions are actually adherent to like what do you call this? Yeah, like to sticking to military targets. It's a matter of propaganda sometimes, or how imperialism like twists it to make them sound like they are the T word, terrorists, right? So anyway, so the current stage of the Palestinian struggle is a result of historical material conditions rooted in colonialism, occupation, and exploitation. It is important for us to understand and comprehend the various aspects of this struggle in Palestine, no? So like I think one of the things that we wanted to address, and like right after October 7, was that a lot of people were not excuse me, not that we're not aware, but they couldn't kind of like connect, you know, things in between history to like the present. And we have this, like say for example, in the Philippines, where it came from, there's this idea where people would glorify like heroes that actually, national heroes that fought against Americans, that fought against the Spaniards, but would not see like current revolutionaries the same. Or so it's like when people think about like old history and the revolution, right? Like when you see people like fighting these days, it was not like that like 2 years ago, where you know people would see it as, oh, this is resistance. Like like a lot of them would definitely like go straight to like, oh, like this is like terrorism. So we felt like this needed to be addressed. So next slide. By the way, if you guys have any questions, feel free to stop me and ask. Okay, so what is Palestine? A brief preview. So Palestine is in West Asia, bordered by the Mediterranean Sea to the west, Lebanon to the north, Jordan and Syria to the east, and Egypt to the south. It is revered as a significant site for Christianity and Judaism, with Jerusalem being recognized as a sacred place by Christians, Jews, and Muslims alike. So I think we are also like way past, at least for this group, like we are way past like that idea that this is a conflict between religions. Also, like thanks to like Israel failing over and over to convince us otherwise. So the Palestinians living there today, as well as those forced into exile, have ancestry spanning back more than 1,000 years. So yeah, so they are sons and daughters of the land. So next slide. Today, Palestine is divided into the state of Israel, West Bank, the Gaza Strip, and Jerusalem, or Al-Quds. Since before its founding in 1948, the state of Israel has been committing ethnic cleansing by forcefully displacing Palestinians through settlement projects on Palestinian lands, killings, sieges, and more. So right now, right, like there's an apartheid wall along the borders of West Bank and a barrier around Gaza to control the movement of Palestinians and their access to... Okay, hold on. This is much better. Sorry, I need to adjust something because I can't see something. Give me a minute. Okay. Their access to commodities and services. So Hold on. Sorry, having trouble. Okay, so there are two states right now that are occupying the region of Palestine, the whole region of Palestine that we believe should be Palestine. So that is two states. So that's the state of Palestine and the state of Israel, right? So Israel controls 78% of the land in the region right now. So what does that mean? If Israel is controlling 78% of the land in Palestine, then all of Palestinian, 5 million Palestinians residing in the West Bank and Gaza Strip must be really, really congested, right? So Israel has been forcefully displacing Palestinians all throughout these years. Okay, next. Are we here? Okay, so if you see okay. All right. So Palestine was a territory of the Ottoman Empire from the 16th. Sorry, am I too? Yeah. Okay, from the 16th to the 20th century. So why do you guys think so? Like how did we get here? Like, I know there's like all the answers there as to like how Palestine became what it is today, but like what was it about like Palestine that made it like such a controversial piece of land?
It's
Is anyone talking?
its history in terms of its religious history, its cultural history, and its position in Asia, and it's close to Africa as well.
Yes, correct. Anything else? The rest?
Firstly, for the Muslims, the Al-Aqsa Mosque is our third most secret mosque. And then for the Jews, that place is to be where they are supposed to going to build their third temple. And then for the Christians, they regard that place is to belong to the Jews, because the Jews are the chosen people of God. That's the general religious consensus of Palestine.
Okay. All right. So there's there's a few reasons that people would think that Palestine is a hot topic. But basically, right, because we're talking about imperialism, how does imperialism dominate people? Anyone can answer. And then we're gonna jump back to this. How does imperialism dominate people of the world, right? There's a political aspect of the domination, there's an economic aspect of the domination, and there is a cultural aspect to it. And so, the reason why we're talking about history and we're talking about geography first, actually, is because economically, the location of Palestine is good, right? If you talk about trading routes, if you talk about the land itself, right? The olive trees that the agriculture there is rich. Politically, of course, the location of Palestine is also good. And then culturally, and the thing is, this is not the most decisive part out of the three, right? Culturally, though, that's where religion comes in. And so like it can either blur the political economic importance of Palestine is also why like imperialists are wanting to capture it, right? Or wanting to like basically be in control of it. But basically like just to blur that the fact that economically like Palestine is good for imperialists, then they throw in this like cultural aspect where it's supposed to be a thing that is about religion. So but basically like the more that we focus on just one part, which is not good, like that's why we have to like what do you call this, discuss those three aspects. So yes, like that is correct though, like that it is important to like there's that importance to like Christians, there's that importance to like Jews, but like let's just keep in mind that that is not the decisive aspect of it, but it is a factor that might actually have been worsening it for like worsening the situation for people on the ground, right? Like who's supposed to like okay, never mind. I'm stuttering. Anyway, let's move on. Okay, so like from the 16th to the 20th century Ottoman territory, which was dissolved after their defeat in World War I. So after that, right, like since the Ottomans are now gone, like the imperialist powers then sought to divide the region amongst themselves. So there were three agreements. So like I think if you look at any country's history in the world that has been colonized in the past, or neo-colonies even, like there's always like some kind of like treaty or agreement that is behind it. So like for the Philippines, let's say for example, it was the Paris Treaty. So for Palestine, there were three. So there's the Sykes-Picot Agreement, which is a secret treaty between UK and France in 1916 to partition territories that belonged to the Ottoman Empire. Palestine was allocated to the UK. So, and then the Balfour Declaration, which we know about widely in 1970. So that's the British support for Zionism and the establishment of Palestine of a national home for Jewish people, while referring to the Palestinian majority at the time as a non-existing Jewish community. That is very weird because they live there. And then there's also the McMahon-Hussein correspondence. So that's a series of letters exchanged during World War I in which the UK government agreed to recognize Arab independence in a specified region in exchange for Hussein bin Ali, the Sharif of Mecca. So actually, like this correspondence is not really much of a correspondence because like this Hussein bin Ali didn't even get much of a reply. So he was just kind of like getting his hopes up, like by having that like expectation. Anyway, so next slide. Okay, so the League of Nations mandate for Palestine. So this is like what, okay, so the League of Nations, okay, sorry. I have to go back. So the secret agreements were between France, so UK and France, UK with Zionists, and UK with the Arabs. So basically, like, we're not just looking at like two parties here, like, or two sides here. It's like a few. So if you think about it, like Palestinians were actually like losing their land to, like there were a lot of opportunists during this time. And so when the League of Nations, which was the precursor to the United Nations, was tasked with resolving ownership of Palestine, established mandatory Palestine under UK administration, designating it as a Jewish homeland as per the Balfour Declaration. So basically, like it kind of like chose one out of the three. Okay, so British facilitated the rise of Zionist entity as a fellow colonial power. and that is 1920 to 1947. Next. Any questions so far? I know that I have been all over the place. I'm on cough medicine. Okay, so rise of Zionist ideology. So before we move on, like Annie, like what are your thoughts on Zionism? I think we're all on the we don't have like much differing like thoughts on this, but yeah, I would love to hear your thoughts. They can be as colorful as possible. Don't worry. So yeah.
Oh, it's a settler colonial ideology, and it's there's a lot of similarities with the fascism we saw in Japan and Germany during World War II.
Okay. Anyone else?
Oh yeah. Sorry. I would like to add like it's a settler colonial ideology, but the special thing about it is that it's masquerading itself as like a land back policy, sort of like giving it back to the indigenous Jews of Palestine. So I think that is what sets it apart from most settler colonial like projects in the past.
Okay.
Just to elaborate on his point, I would like to focus on the fact that it is about, it does essentially fall into white supremacy. But it also falls, but not just that, but it also falls on this concept that white people are essentially, the true owners of the world. Just to elaborate. And I think what makes it more complicated is the fact that it is tied with religion. Going back to how the Old Testament discuss two events, including the occupation of the Israelite state, but also versus the occupation of Jericho. One being seen as
Actually.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. One was when it came to the occupation of the Israelite state, it was seen as, it was acknowledged, people acknowledged that it was a really bad thing, because essentially the culture was being erased, which is basically kind of what's happening in Gaza. Hilariously, ironically so. But also, when it came to Jericho, it was seen as, you can also kind of see how it mirrors modern day, which is essentially them believing that they were taking back their promised land.
Okay, I didn't get all of that, but did everyone get what was said? Is the important thing. Okay, so I would just like to kind of like, so before we move on to the issue of Zionism, right? Like, I would like to talk about like the Jewish people, like historically. So because of like what happened to them, right? Like they were oppressed, like, and this is something that the Zionists want to use a lot, that they're oppressed historically, they're persecuted historically. Like at one point, right, like the Jewish people were really a progressive force. They were the workers of their time. Like they had championed like the workers' movement wherever they were. So they were really like a progressive force. And I think as people who are looking into ways of resisting, right? And I like really like also would want to emphasize on this, if you are organizing or want to be organized. If you can imagine like a really strong workers' movement that is big and formidable. And what happened with the Jewish workers, like this huge mass of workers, progressive workers, being co-opted and hijacked by an ideology like Zionism. It kind of shows that, you know, like you can't be like, how do I say this? Like you can't rely on being a worker to know what the correct like political line is without an ideology. So like without a compass or without us knowing what's going on and just trusting like what we know as workers, say for example, like it won't always lead us to the correct path. And so like that is basically like what happened to Jewish people, that from being a progressive force being like something of a tool by an oppressive ideology or an oppressive like group of people. Did you guys get that? I think this is just like one of like those like additional notes that like I don't know, like it's just worth noting. Anyway, so let's move on. Where are we? Okay, so let's move on to Zionism. Zionism is an ideology and political movement emerging in the late 19th century and advocated for the establishment of a Jewish state in Palestine based on Jewish religious beliefs. Zionists called for Jewish migration settlement in Palestine, supported by the UK. I think this is also the reason why, you know how Israel would boast that they have like a very good or very strong workers movement as well. So that is basically like part of the hijacking of Zionism. And basically use that as well as a reason for them to take Palestine. Okay, next. Okay, okay, hold on. So European guilt surrounding the historic and present persecution against Jews as justification for relocating them en masse away from oppressors and for Israel's existence. Might be. Christian Zionism, U.S. evangelical Christianism view the realization of a Jewish state, I think this was mentioned earlier by someone, as a religious duty and fulfillment of a biblical prophecy. Of course, we know that that's not the real reason, but it is a narrative that exists. However, the current state of Israel has no objective connection to the land they claim rights to. While Zionism is often characterized as a Jewish movement, there are also Jews who are against Zionism, a lot actually, as well as non-Jewish Zionists. It is important to note that modern political Zionism is actually like, not just modern political Zionism, I think Zionism in general is primarily a secular colonial project. So if you remember what I mentioned earlier, right, like we talk about like colonization, capitalism, imperialism, it always happens in three aspects. So basically like Zionism comes, like basically is an example of that. There's a cultural aspect to it and a political, economical aspect to the domination. So according to Wikipedia, Zionist thinkers and anti-Semites draw different conclusions from what they perceive as the eternal hatred of Jews. What's this? According to anti-Semites, it proves the inferiority of Jews, while for Zionists, it means that Jews need their own state as a refuge. That's interesting. Next. Okay, so before we hop onto this, so basically like, it is not, I think right now, like it's kind of clear that Zionism is not a liberation movement like it claims to be, or how they would always like like, you know how Zionism would also like not just like hijack like different things, not just like liberation movements, but also like how they used rainbow capitalism, how like even veganism. Like I remember when I was vegan, like, and the IDF had this, I don't know, this campaign that they're like the biggest vegan army in the world. And I'm like, that is really interesting because, I mean, you kill people, you kill Palestinians like on a daily basis. And how can you be vegan? You know, so like there's a reason why they like the propaganda and their campaigns look like that. Okay, hold on, guys. I think I need like a minute because my throat is very scratchy. Is that okay? Hold on. Sorry. I'm trying. Let me drink some water. Hold on. Sorry about that. Okay. So while the imperialist powers were arbitrarily drawing borders around territories not their own, the people who would be most affected by it, which are the Palestinians themselves, were not consulted at all. And so, like, this is also the case, like, in Singapore, was there ever a case that this happened? You know, like things happening without being consulted, like without the people being consulted.
What? Never.
Are you sure, Koki? It never happens here.
I mean, there are quite a lot of things like the taking of the land of the indigenous people here, the Orang Laut. Also, in some parts, the Malaysian merger referendum was also another thing that wasn't consulted with the people, and that the vote option wasn't really a vote. It was all yes.
I mean, yeah, so basically like imperialist powers from then and now pretty much like decide everything. Like in our lives, right? Like how we are supposed to spend our time. Say for example, how our lands are supposed to be used. Like in Singapore, like how is land being used in Singapore? I just want to like, so we're going to be like going in and out of Palestine and into Singapore and out and like in other countries. We're going to be jumping a lot.
I think a lot has been said about how like HDBs and how like the urbanization of Singapore happened in the 60s and 70s, especially how there were like a lot of so-called like convenient fires that happened in the 60s where it gave the PAP government an excuse to kick a lot of people out of their indigenous like kampongs and like a lot of like slums, as they would say, and into these HDB blocks where they had like a lot of they had less space as compared to their previous homes, and they didn't have some of their means of earning a living, such as like agriculture or like raising cattle and chicken and whatnot.
Yeah.
I think another big thing is like how the indigenous populations on like our islands were displaced. Like actually this was like covered during like this year's National Day. I can't believe like it was very audacious, I feel, to like because they presented the story of like the people who lived on Tekong Island and how they were moved out in this like very romanticized way to give way for like the military installation. I feel it's just they were not consulted. It's not like they were not given a choice and all. I feel like their lack of agency was something that was very left out in that presentation.
I think there was one point of time where citizens were unhappy about the gambling problem in Singapore, and then the government, I think if I'm not wrong, they asked the citizens whether it is like they were about to make the resorts for Sentosa. So basically there was a lot of backlash back then. If I can remember correctly, there was a lot of backlash. So the government just proceed to with the resorts for Sentosa. Although we know that in our society the gambling problem is quite an issue lah to tackle, but they still proceed with it.
And anyone else?
I think that the graduate mother scheme was another policy and the sterilization of like lower income mothers and families was another aspect of a policy that wasn't consulted with the people. It wasn't meant for the people.
Yes. Anyone else? That's it?
I'm also thinking of all the primary forests that's being cleared, and every time there's some presumed consultation, but there isn't really. So it's always this this performance of consulting the people, but in the end they really decided what they want to do, and that's really
Yes, that is true. Like there is lack of transparency as well. Yeah, I mean, that is an issue. Definitely, the transparency, but also, like, like I think what we have to remember, like when we talk about imperialism and we talk about class, right, in general, is that like we should always like keep in mind that people are not a monolith. Between like all of Singaporeans, there are different interests because there are still different classes within the working class. There's still different levels and therefore like conflicting interests within it. And so sometimes like they can say that we have consulted Singaporeans, but what kind of Singaporeans? Are these the Singaporeans that live in rental flats? Are these the Singaporeans that work, I don't know, like crazy hours in a day? Like what kind of Singaporeans, right? Like, so like by this, like going back to the slide, right? Like that's why it says like indigenous Palestinians were not consulted, or even though like if indigenous Palestinians were consulted, what kind of Palestinians were they? And that's the reason why we don't exactly support the Palestinian Authority. Or is there anyone here that supports the Palestinian Authority? Okay, right. Like, because not all Palestinians are the same. Some of them benefit from imperialism. Some Singaporeans benefit from imperialism. Some Malaysians benefit from imperialism, while some of us actually like suffer like to the extreme because of it. So it's not all the same. Next slide. What is imperialism? Okay, this is, I think this photo needs to be updated because Biden is no longer around. Like, so these people are not in power. But basically, like the people in here are leaders of like basically like the top imperialist countries in the world as of 2023. So that's US, the UK, France, and Germany. Next. But of course, we also have contending like imperialist rivals from China and Russia. Okay, so historically, imperialist nations and empire grew their power by violently taking over other lands for their resources. Why do they need their resources? Why do they need to take advantage of the native population by forcing them into cheap labor or slavery? Why is that necessary? Is it really just to take land? You guys think? Is it for flex? Is it to flex? Hey, I got.
They do it because the native labor is invisible to those who are exploiting it, so they can get away with literally murder. And because of that, that's why they are able to extract the most profits or surplus value from invisibilized native labor.
Okay. Yeah, so basically it's in the name of super profits. They would colonize lands by invading them and implanting foreign settlements and population. Most of the wealth and resources extracted generated from colonies would funnel back to the empire and away from the hands of native population. While this is still being done in Palestine and other parts of the world, modern imperialism also takes on more not peaceful approach, but yes, relatively. But before we move on, right, like I know that like when we talk about imperialism, like we always think about them taking from us, taking from the people. But basically, like imagine if you're in a very advanced country with advanced technology, right? Like you basically like got everything. But say for example, like, and I use this example a lot. Like say I have 10 shoes, or I can produce 10 shoes, and I'm gonna sell to my neighbors or 5 neighbors. And then like I grow my profits, right? Because I profit off those, and I make more. There will come a time where my neighbors cannot get any more shoes because there's just way too many shoes. Is that correct? You guys follow my illustration? So if my technology is improving and I'm making shoes faster by the minute, but I only still have 5 neighbors, what's going to happen? What's going to happen to me and my production?
There'll be a surplus of shoes.
Sorry, what?
There'll be a surplus of shoes.
Drown in shoes, right? I mean, even if you don't drown in shoes, like basically my profit will decline because there's simply like no use for their shoes, like, and there's nobody to buy them. And so when they decline, like what is the primary like objective of the capitalist or the imperialist is
Profit.
to gain super profit. So obviously they're going to take, like they need to send the surplus, not just products, but surplus capital somewhere else. And so basically that is the reason why at the dawn of capitalism, right, or when capitalism started to stagnate, and that is the time when imperialist powers started colonizing, is because basically their wealth doesn't fit in their own land anymore. And so when they conquer other countries, conquer new lands in Africa, in Asia, in any other, country outside of Europe, and consequently, North America, it's basically like them already what do you call this? Easing themselves of the burden of the crisis of overproduction, and also being able to extract. So it happens 2 ways. It's not a one-way thing where they just take from us, because they can't possibly they can't possibly just take everything and have no consequences. Like, they will literally like drown in it. That's why it's called surplus. So is that clear? So always remember, like, that it's a two-way thing. So they would also colonize lands by invading them and implanting foreign settlements and population. True. Most of the wealth and resources extracted and generated from colonies would funnel back to the empire and away from the hands of the native population. And while this is still being done in Palestine, oh yes, I've read this. Modern imperialism also takes on a more peaceful approach. Now, what does that peaceful approach mean? It's not really peaceful. It's actually like a very violent system. Next. Today, imperialism exists in an all-devouring hunger of endless economic growth, which is monopoly capitalism. So monopoly capitalism or imperialism is the highest stage in the dying, and capitalism at its dying stages. So how do you guys feel about that? It's a moribund stage of capitalism, the dying stage. What are your thoughts? Can you actually like imagine capitalism dying?
Yeah.
Okay. What's that gonna look like, do you think?
There are only two options to capitalism dying: socialism or barbarism. But genuinely, it means that unless we, the people and workers, like work together to not just dismantle the current form of exploitation and extraction, not just of people but of the earth, unless we do that and build a new way of relating to each other and the earth, we will end up with like barbarism, which we see in like, you know, the climate destruction and the world literally burning alive kind of a thing. Yeah, so there are two options. One is survivable and one is not. So capitalism will die. Yeah.
Okay. So actually, like, I want to rephrase my question actually, like, okay, never mind. Maybe I'll ask that later. Let's get on with this first. It's an economic system that concentrates and centralizes wealth and power in the hands of a few global corporations and oligarchs and banks, and used by the imperialist states to further their interests. So basically, like, one of like the characteristics of monopoly capitalism, or the final stage of capitalism, as compared to like capitalism when it just started, is that now everything is run by banks. Unlike before, where the capitalist is the manufacturer, right? So yeah, and that is why, like, if you look at on the internet, when they kind of like visualize like what monopoly capitalism looks like, it kind of like shows you like a few multinational or transnational corporations owning pretty much like all other corporations. That is facilitated actually by banks. So capitalism's inherent drive for endless accumulation results in a need to expand beyond local markets by forcing other economies to participate in its system. So yeah, so there's no like freedom of choice. It's just an illusion of choice in this system. Okay, next. So powerful nations spread their influence through international corporations and institutions like the International Monetary Fund, the United Nations, and the World Bank. So just to note, like, the International Monetary Fund is actually like an It's a body that is basically run by the old imperialists, and the World Bank is ran by the US. So yeah, it's very imperialist oriented. Periphery states, so basically like these are semi-colonial, semi-feudal countries, or colonial, semi-feudal countries. These are basically like underdeveloped countries that are being extracted, right, in the name of imperialism, are intentionally made underdeveloped through debt, interference, and dependence on imperial cores so that they can be extorted them from raw materials and cheap labor. So imperial powers control the mean of production, produce goods, and sell them back at a steep profit. So like what this looks like, right? Say for example, in countries like Myanmar, Philippines, if you just talk about sand, if you just talk about minerals, right? Like even if like the people demand for these natural resources to be made secured for the people, for their use or for their for their own industrialization, like basically like the government with what do you call this, in cooperation with imperialists, of course, like basically it's the governments themselves who tend to kind of like find ways to kind of like break those laws. So like say for example, like what I know from the Philippines is that like mining has been made illegal for a time, or basically like mining gold was made illegal until now. And so basically like what happens is that instead of like employing locals to mine the gold and then to export the gold without even processing it there, they basically just cut up slabs of like huge chunks of mountains and basically just ships those slabs off to be, for the gold to kind of like be mined from those slabs and then processed somewhere else and then go back to the Philippines like at a crazy price. So it kind of looks like that. Yeah. Okay, so next. Israel is an imperial outpost. Zionism is not a liberation movement because it serves colonial, imperialist, and capitalist interests, including feudal interests, actually. Social control over Palestinians and emphasis on a Jewish ethnic majority. Serves U.S. capitalist interests in the region by creating instability and enforcing U.S. hegemony, and receives billions in U.S. dollars every day to carry out its atrocities. And this also like comes in expense of Americans themselves, the American people. Because if you guys are aware of like the situation there, like the homelessness, the drug problem, like the reason why people resort to drugs, or the unemployment, and of course like the terrible shape of like the education system, like basically like the government and it's like capitalist lapdogs, or is it the other way around? So basically like they are funneling like so much money into sustaining Israel instead of like spending it on their own people. And this sustaining this war, this occupation is actually like comes in the expense of a lot of people all over the world. Like there's a lot of countries that are pouring their money into arms deals with Israel, say for example, or with different corporations, MNCs, TNCs, that sell weapons that supply to Israel, instead of like ensuring clean water or ensuring there's power or free social services even. Okay, surveillance of Palestinians, testing of weapons and surveillance technology for sale and use in other countries and other oppressed peoples. That's true. So from 1946, right, to 2003, Israel received 263.6 billion in aid from the US. I think if the average American knows about this, they're gonna flip tables. Averaging approximately $3 billion per year, with nearly half, or 124 billion, allocated to military aid. Next. Okay, so right now, okay, this is an example of like the technology that's being developed that is basically like sucking up all the money. And a lot of these technologies like are also being used to us, like on us. So this is Lavender, the AI machine directing Israel's bombing spree in Gaza. So like in the Philippines right now, right? Like there's carpet bombing happening in the countryside that nobody has heard about because it's on news blackout. But basically, like it's a product of like the partnership between the Philippines and Israel, arms deal, and not just that, like military deals and bilateral relations, military relations. And yes, like at the end of the day, right, like a lot of like the people back home where I come from, like could say that, oh, this doesn't affect us. But it does, because like the technology that you know, like that we're funding by buying their weapons are basically like used on us. And this goes for a lot of like different countries in the world. So so this drone on the left, that's the sniper drone by Elbit Systems, by the way, showcased at Singapore Air Show 2024. Such military drones have been used by the IOF to target Palestinian civilians during the ongoing genocide. And on the right, that's the Hermes 650 Spark. It's an unmanned aerial system, or UAS, used for surveillance and dropping bombs. Wow. Of course, in Singapore, I really hope we don't get to see this at all. But like, I think, you know, like for people to say that this doesn't affect us at all, because I still hear that. I don't know if you do, but like I think people are not aware that it's closer to home than they think, because it's not confined in Gaza. That's not confined in the Middle East. It's actually like, you know, it's all over, all around us. Okay, sorry, I need a minute. My throat is scratchy again. Hold on. Next slide, please. Okay, let me. Establish puppet regimes in colonies and semi-colonies to facilitate the theft and plunder of raw materials for the benefit of imperialist nations. Israel serves as an imperialist bulwark in West Asia against the nationalist and revolutionary aspirations of the Arab states. Because imagine like if Palestine had agency, right, to control what happens in their own land. It's okay, you don't have to move. Okay, sorry, I'm distracted. Um, what would happen to not even Israel? What's going to happen to the U.S. if Palestine was given its nationhood? What do you guys think? Why is this so important? Why are there revolutions happening in India and in the Philippines? Why are they fighting for liberation from the U.S. From the hands of the U.S.?
Because they lose. The reason why it's wait, what's the question again?
Sorry, what?
What would happen to US if Palestine was given nation? I think they would lose access to natural resources within, not just within Palestine but also within the region. Like for example, Palestine is rich in natural gas, oil. They also
Yes.
have really good. At some point, they had really good soil to grow fruits like oranges
Yes.
and olives too.
I think that if the U.S. decides to give, all right, yeah, the Palestinian nationhood, I think would inspire a new generation of Arab nationalism in the region, and I think that would really undermine and compromise U.S. Imperialist ambitions in the area. I mean, not just the U.S. lah, but basically the entire Western world's imperialist ambitions in the region that is so rich in oil and
I think it would eventually trickle down to other regions, like for example the continent of Africa, but it also trickled down to other places in Asia, like India and Philippines, which essentially provides them a stable manufacturing workforce.
Yeah. Yeah, so basically, like any land for its people, right, will be a detriment to imperialist hegemony. So, again, going back to the three aspects, right, political, economical, and cultural hegemony. So when we put, like, say, for example, like if Palestinians had the agency to decide for themselves, of course they're not going to give their natural gases to the U.S., right? They would like develop their own technology. I mean, they are already able to develop their own technology with very little that they have. That's how good it could be. Like, and that is not exclusive to Palestine either. And that is how a lot of like different nations have also like found ways to revolutionize their technology so that they can, and this is not, we're not just talking about like machines, we're not just talking about like fancy like inventions and stuff like that. It's really like devising like new ways of doing things, of even doing revolution, say for example. Okay, so in picture, by the way, is Bassel al-Araj, a Palestinian revolutionary and struggling intellectual. So if you know of his, anyone knows about his life, by the way, just a side note, did you guys know that he was tour guide before he became a revolutionary. So what he did was he started educating people about the history of Palestine by doing tours. Just food for thought. Like he would go to take the tourists on the settlements, like to the settlements, and talk about what used to exist there. And I think that's how he was able to educate and I don't know, like start seeding like interest in like the Palestine struggle in his own way back then before he was a revolutionary. And also, like I have been mentioning, like semi-colonial, semi-feudal earlier, like in terms of like describing social systems in different countries. Like a semi-colony is a country which is officially recognized as politically independent, but is dependent or dominated by another country. And we have a lot of this. A lot of countries celebrating their Independence Day, whether from the UK or from the US or from like what other like old imperialist there is, but like currently, like politically, economically, and culturally, they are still pretty much like controlled by their old colonial masters. Okay, so next. Imperialism is the fundamental root of the current plight of Palestinians, characterized as the highest and final stage of capitalism by Vladimir Lenin, resulting in global division between imperialist powers and colonies and semi-colonial countries under their influence and control. So in imperialism, there are three different, I think when we look at us versus imperialism, right? Like it looks like a daunting kind of like struggle. But if you think about it, like if you look closer, like within imperialism, there are three different contradictions. There are three different struggles going on. One is between imperialist powers, right? So it's not just like Palestine versus imperialism. Or it's not just like Singaporeans versus imperialism. It's not just Filipinos versus imperialism, but more like when we think of like resisting imperialism, we also have to like consider like to consider all the other factors. Like US is struggling against Russia and China. So that's imperialist versus imperialist contradiction. There's the US versus its own people, right? Because the people are not happy. I don't think so. I think whether like in US politics, whether you're right or left right now, like you really won't be happy either ways because like both of the parties basically like don't serve the people's interests. So, and like pretty much like an average American out there would be, you know, like suffering at the expense of like all the US like funding that's being poured to Israel or this war. And then the third is like imperialists versus their neo-colonies and semi-colonies. So that's why now we have like again like US and India and the Philippines, right? So what then is, I think like this is gonna come later, but basically this is the reason why resisting imperialism requires internationalism. It requires us to be part of a wider resistance, the global resistance. And so this is why we see different people all over the world like contributing to this struggle. Next. Okay. Oh. Okay. So let's jump to the al-Nakba in 1948, the catastrophe. What happened? Are the slides troubled? Okay, so going back in time, 1945 to 1948, Zionists launched a military campaign in Mandatory Palestine with the aims to expel the United Kingdom and all non-Jews from Palestine, establish a Jewish state built on Zionism. And then from 1945 to 1948, systemic annihilation of Palestinian villages by the Zionist leadership and armed groups in collaboration with gangs. So Plan Dalet is setting fire to and blowing up villages, planting mines in debris to target Palestinians trying to return to their homes. So in 1947, the UK terminates the mandate and hands Palestine to the UN. What are your comments on how the UN is addressing the Palestinian struggle and resistance right now?
Sorry, can you repeat your question?
What are your comments on like the UN's handling of like the Palestinian struggle at the moment?
I think minus the work of Francesca Albanese, like all the United Nations, especially its formal institutions, all they've done is sort of kind of like whitewash imperialist attempts. So like the imperialists divide up Palestine, even through the United Nations in the case of 1947, and then the UN kind of gives it like, oh, an internationalist veneer, makes it look kind of pretty for the rest of the world. But essentially it's kind of like the imperialists' most important propaganda tool, kind of. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, going back to like a slide that we saw earlier, right? The IMF, the UN, and the World Bank are all like serving like imperialist interests. So of course they're gonna stall on this, right? Like whether or not like we have voices in the UN who make a little sense more than others. Anyway, right? Like, so yeah, so it's not really moving. But also, while we are here, there is such a thing such as an international people's tribunal where the people of different nations could actually have a prosecution of their oppressors. So there's a International People's Tribunal on Palestine that is happening in November. I think this will be fully televised. So I think if you guys are interested in that, I can send the publicity material later on. So this is a legal proceeding, although it's not exclusive to the courtrooms. So basically, like, it's both a propaganda tool and also like it's supposed to serve movement building. So I think if you are interested in that, might be something good to look into. Anyway, yeah. So okay, so UN partition plan gave 56% of Palestine to the Zionists and divided the region into two states. So on 15 May 1948, that's the establishment of the State of Israel, and that also marks the destruction of Palestine. Next. Okay, so illegal displacement. At least 750,000 Palestinians were expelled during the al-Nakba. Approximately 15,000 Palestinians were killed across more than 30 massacres. 530 communities were wiped off the map due to Zionist terror campaigns. Israel claimed over 78% of Palestine by force. And on, okay, 15 May 1948 marks both the creation of Israel and destruction of Palestine. It's a day of collective trauma and remembrance for Palestine. Many Palestinians recognize the Nakba has never ended, and I think we could see that. It has persisted for the past 77 years. Next, illegal settlements. Israel passed various property laws in 1950 to secure land and confiscate property and prevent Palestinian refugees from returning to their homes. Construction of illegal settlements, roads, parks over the ruins of destroyed and displaced villages to erase traces of Palestinian existence and culture, so ethnocide. Many places and streets with Arabic names were renamed. And I think like this renaming of places and streets is something that we see everywhere. And I don't know, just something to note, because it's quite interesting how a lot of places now, like even in my home, are very Western now. Anyway, settlements were strategically placed to provoke Palestinian retaliation and used to justify further attacks and land grabs. Next, the Al-Naqsa, or the setback. From 5th to 10th June of 1967, the Six-Day War happened between the State of Israel and the Arab states. So because of the Arab defeat, Israel was able to capture more territories and destroy more of Palestinian villages. Displacement of over 280,000 Palestinians from the West Bank and Gaza, many of whom were already refugees from the Nakba. So imagine being twice and thrice displaced. Israeli occupation of the West Bank and Gaza, which were previously under the administration of Jordan, Egypt. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, those are previously under the administration of Jordan and Egypt. After the 1984 Nakba went to Israeli occupations. Israel's illegal settlement projects in the West Bank and East Jerusalem carry on to this day. Okay, so the next is the map. So this is the development. I think like we've seen like versions of this map online as well. As we can see, it's really shrinking, and like Palestinians are being landlocked inside of their own land. Next. History and concrete actions of Zionists demonstrate that their goal is not self-determination, but the assertion of their superiority over Palestinians through walls, checkpoints, military blockades, slave wages, and prisons. Israeli society is built on the displacement and murder of Palestinian people. Okay, so if we have just like finished basically the scourges, or basically like the roots of Palestinian suffering. So if they are suffering, then what then is the solution? What is the expected reaction to suffering? Is it acceptance? Liberation. So how do we attain liberation? Retaliation?
Retaliation through
sorry, what?
Retaliation through several means, including guerrilla armies. That's like one way that countries have historically retaliated against oppression. Essentially armed resistance.
Okay. Resistance. Right? And what is the science of resistance? It's revolution. Revolution is a science. We don't just vibe it. So, and in Palestinian terms, it's intifada. So basically, now we're going to talk about the resistance. So if there's oppression, then there is resistance. Next slide. So intifada, the civilian uprising against oppression, Arabic word for uprising, rebellion, and awakening. So the first Palestinian intifada was in 1987 to 1993. The second is in 2000 to 2005. So prior to this, there have been a lot of small revolts that has been going on. So, hold on. Okay. Yes. So collective frustration over Israeli military occupation, civil disobedience, graffiti, strikes, riots, attacks against Israeli establishments, disproportionate Israeli response was always extreme violence. Thousands have been killed with a much higher casualty rate on the Palestinian side. So it's been going on, right? Next. Okay. So before 1967, like I said, there have been quite a few attempts by Palestinians to liberate themselves from Israel. And basically, like the 1967 defeat, right? Or was that during the Al-Aqsa? What that brought them to is to their current ongoing resistance. So when they assessed what was going on, what was wrong with what they were doing, basically they realized that they had to switch gears. So there's a change in resistance strategy, which is towards a protracted people's war. Which means what? Do you guys have any idea of what a protracted people's war is? What does protracted mean?
I believe it's the theory developed by Mao, where it's like you depend on uprising by the peasantry to surround the cities and cut them off from any supplies, so that you can easily take over the country in the event of like a proletarian uprising.
Yes. So a protracted people's war is basically so yes, that's one way of like putting that. But basically protracted means it's a very long struggle. You know, it's not something that takes a few days, takes years, decades for some, 5 decades for some countries. Okay, so it's a revolutionary movement led by workers, peasants, allied with small business owners, which are the petty bourgeoisie, and the educated class, which is the intelligentsia. So basically, like a protracted people's war requires resistance movements to really study the objective conditions of a country, like what the land looks like, if it's surrounded by water, if it's landlocked, what kind of resources do they have, and work from there. So like what was mentioned before, like Mao's strategy, which was from the countryside surrounding the cities, right? That's what it looks like in a semi-colonial, semi-feudal country, or in a semi-feudal country where like peasants outnumber workers by a lot. So basically, yes, this is a very long kind of like military strategy. Anyway, Arab National Revolutionary Movement allied with the world's wage earning class, which is the proletariat, a collective struggle against imperialism. So basically, right, like what they found out like after their defeat in 1967 is that they were able to not just kind of like identify Israel as their enemy. And I think it took a while for a lot of people to also see that Israel is not the only enemy of the Palestinian people. And I think if you read like PFLP's document, Strategy and Liberation of Palestine, it was mentioned there as well that the importance is that they were able to specify who their enemies were apart from Israel. And that is imperialism, That is the World Zionist Movement, and that is Israel, as well as Arab Reactionary. So basically, like if we notice now, right, like a lot of people would ask, like, why are the other Arab states not doing anything? I mean, because they benefit from it, and therefore are the enemies of Palestinian people. And so here now we have like, who are the friends of the revolution then? So yes, so it's like the different classes within like Palestine that involves workers, peasants, petty bourgeoisie, and also like the Arab National Revolutionary Movement. So yes, it is a collective struggle against imperialism. Next. The global intifada. Yummy. Next. Okay. What? It is yummy. I love it. It's fun. I would say it's fun, but like I know that it's a painful experience, but also like it's a sight to see. You know, like I think like we are blessed to have seen this, witnessed this. Anyway, imperialism has spread its influence all over the world. There is no country or person that isn't affected by it in some way. How are you? How are you guys infected? Infected. Am I infected by imperialism? Maybe I am. This virus is from imperialism. I'm sure it's from overwork. Okay, so how are you affected by imperialism on your daily life?
Like the shitty job market, like, cause right now, the job market is like kinda ass, I guess. Then it's kind of in a weird spot, cause like the working conditions are really bad, and also like it's hard to find a job. So it's like the amount of these conditions are something that's been developed to extract the most amount of value from us. And I think even though we aren't like one of the most exploited countries, we as a working class are still exploited under capitalism and by extension imperialism.
Correct. How else does imperialism affect you? Where does your food come from? Where do our food come from? Is it from the land of Singapore? Right. How about your education? Yeah. Do you think like for the students who are there, like do you think your education would serve the people of Singapore? Or is it designed to serve something else?
Considering the fact that there are few Singapore-owned businesses, most of the big companies that we work for tend to be from overseas, or at least have some sort of connection with an overseas branch. So a lot of our workforce actually works for these imperialist nations.
Yes.
I mean, Singapore, like as a country, sort of like is just like an outpost for the imperial core, right? And we're basically like the Southeast Asian headquarters for how imperialism like spreads itself like in our region. So like we can talk about how like Singapore has been a base for American and British military assets where during the Vietnam War, or how companies were set up here so that they are able to more easily have control over their like resource extraction in Indonesia or the Philippines and the other countries surrounding us. And the way we justify being an imperial outpost to ourselves is via the education system, where like if we go through, like if anyone remembers like primary school social studies, we'd always talk about how Singapore is so good because the PAP magically made Singapore such a first world country as compared to these lowly Malaysians and Indonesians. We're like, we have no resources, but like how are we so like rich, and all these like lowly Malaysians and Filipinos, they can't even like produce anything in their own country, So like I guess that's how we justify to ourselves like, hey, we have the right to sort of take part in this resource extraction, like this exploitative resource extraction of other countries.
True. Real. No, but seriously though, I mean, like, if you look at the CBD, if you look at like all the TNCs and the MNCs that are parked here, like, what are they even doing here, right? Like, if not because of like what the surrounding countries like bring to them, like whether it's like through resources, whether it's like capital, surplus capital, like being able to park it somewhere else, whether it's extraction of labor, right? So it ensures, definitely like ensures the imperial hegemony in the region. So basically, like the education system serves that there's supply to the labor that's needed to maintain that, right? So imperialism, okay, we the people are all suffering under the weight of late-stage capitalism, while the elite profit from our suffering. We are getting squeezed for our labor, while the wealth we generate lines their pockets very nicely. Though we may face different challenges and types of oppression, and though we have differing opinions, beliefs, and convictions, recognize that we share common ground in our struggle for a kinder and better world. That is very nice. But basically, right, like, to get there to a kinder and better world, like, it will be a long road with a lot of sacrifices made along the way. And I think we are already feeling that. And I think we are already seeing that, right? Like, that people are actually going out to protests, putting their bodies on the line to, like, protect even, like, the comrades, organizing, you know, like whether the sacrifice looks like not sleeping because you need to do stuff to get things moving, to mobilize people. So, next slide. Class society and unnatural system. So, like, if you have heard of the term 99% versus the 1%, this is what it looks like. But as I've mentioned before, right, like the working class and the proletariat is not a monolith. So under it, there are still different subclasses, right, that still have conflicting interests. Although there is a discussion, a specific discussion for that. If not, we're gonna spill over our 2 hours. But basically, right, I think like the point of this diagram is to show us that even though with like conflicting interests within those classes, like it's really impossible for us to engage in class struggle without uniting with those classes, to isolate the ultimate oppressor of the whole bunch of classes, which is the bourgeoisie, the capitalist class, the 1%. Because even within this 99% triangle, there's still bourgeoisie there. But yeah, that should be for another discussion. Hey, how do you feel about this, by the way, this triangle? Does it make you feel optimistic? Does it make you feel angry? Makes me feel angry.
Actually, it probably means that there's like, it probably means that there's like a small amount of people at the top, and there's like a lot of us. So I mean, like, yeah lah, if like we organize on a mass level, then like they can't stop all of us, I guess.
Yeah, it should show that despite the power of imperialists, like, and we're already like going into like a revolutionary optimism, like knowing this diagram and understanding it full well should give us some kind of like optimism that we can actually really end capitalism within our lifetime. and also like free Palestine within our lifetime, because consequently, no, because like there is really like much of that, and basically like to make this happen, to unite this huge, massive class of working class, the 99%, really like depends on how we arouse, organize, and mobilize people. Okay, next. Oh, what does imperialism look like in Singapore? So I think this is familiar to you. So one, like the migrant work situation, right? So like in a lot of like imperial and imperial outpost countries, like you would see like an influx or a huge population of migrant workers. And where do these come from? These comes from like semi-colonial and semi-feudal countries, the countries that have been extracted for natural resources where their land doesn't serve their people, or they don't have agency to like, decide what to do with their own resources, and therefore like joblessness follows, right? And they're forced to like come here. So what it looks like in countries like India and the Philippines is that where there's a huge population of peasants, it starts with land grabs. And then they go to the cities. And in the cities, there's not enough jobs, and then they end up here. So I think like a few years back, like I did like a discussion with some migrant workers, and like they are from like different countries, like different nationalities, but they all share the same story. You know, how their land was grabbed from them, stolen from them by a big landlord, and then they couldn't find a job in the city. Now they're here. Okay. Meanwhile, Minister K. Shanmugam transfer Astrid Hill GCB to USB trustees for 88 million following Redoubt Road controversy. So, bureaucrat capitalist, right? Bureaucrat capitalism, where the country is being run like a business. Do you guys agree? Yes, agree. The country is being run like a business. It is, and that is why the control in terms of like how lives are lived in Singapore is just as it is right now. Okay, Singapore amputee asked to return MSF $18,400 of wrongfully obtained ComCare payments. So extremely steep requirements for small amounts of financial aid. Yeah. And again, right, like just basically like looking at where the food comes from, that the country is not food secure. There's no food sovereignty. I think it kind of like shows like, bitch, okay, it doesn't. Actually, like that is just a manifestation of imperialism, is that like basically like imperialist countries tend to, or more powerful countries with more access can get to distribute their products more widely. Okay, so exploiting migrant workers for cheap labor. And I think like we have also like when it comes to education, right, and because of like the population getting older, like they're like in terms of education, it's also been like what we have been noticing is that instead of like hiring them like after they graduate from college, they get headhunted at college. And like what I've been seeing more actually is like they get headhunted at primary school now. So like you see a lot of like young kids who are promising being brought to Singapore to study here and given an educational Singapore education. Eventually, of course, to kind of like mold that child's interest to stay here and work here and live here. Which like once that means like more more labor resources for Singapore and brain drain on like wherever these kids are coming from, right? So next. So in 2021, Singapore foreign direct investment from Israel was $3.9 billion. Direct investment abroad to Israel was $2.9 billion. So not just, and this is just between Israel and Singapore. But I think like once we look into like the general foreign direct investment numbers, like I think you guys would be stunned as well. But I couldn't pull it out. Anyway. So Trump has to be commended tremendously for punishing Israel and Hamas towards peace deal, says Shanmugam. Yes, of course. So culturally, imperialism also looks like state control of the media. I think a lot of us would assume that, yes, I mean, obviously, right, it's like the control of the media in Singapore is very stark. But actually, like in different countries as well, like we're made to believe that like having different options for news outlets and like sources of information is enough. But actually, it's not enough, because like a lot of these like different options still end up being what do you call this? Like basically they still amplify or emphasize like imperial narratives. We have very few outlets these days that are truly like pro people. Okay, next. But I also kind of like can see how things can change given the current situation where there's more and more people that are engaging in resistance. Okay, so this is Ghassan Kanafani, another awesome person, Palestinian author and militant. Actually, he's also a revolutionary. We recognize that the struggle of the Palestinians is an anti-imperialist struggle against oppressive and violent occupation of U.S. Israel. The success of Palestine is not only a victory for their independence, but also the breaking of the chains of U.S. imperialism that have engulfed their nation and the world. That's true. Okay, next. Okay. So what should we do then? What should we do? Join or start an organization? So is everyone there organized? I see a lot of people have left. Okay, so is everyone organized that are present? If there are people who are still not organized, please join any of the organizations that are
It's
part
a
of
mixed
this
audience.
effort. Okay, second, get to know your community. Third, educate yourself and your community. And actually, not just educate yourself and your community, be educated by your friends. Like, be open in having conversations, hard conversations even, on Palestinian history and resistance and other anti-imperialist struggles. Platform and fight for our interconnected struggles, internationalism. Many liberation movements happening around the world can be traced back to the same systems and structures of oppression. Yes, definitely. And that's what imperialism does. It does bind us together. These include our queer liberation movements, disability rights, advocacy, national liberation movements, workers' rights movements. So basically, like, yes, these are all interconnected because these movements would not exist if not for imperialism. And so it does like not require, but like an anti-imperialist resistance actually encompasses all this. Next. Yes. So with the current ceasefire, the genocide doesn't end with a ceasefire. The wheels of imperialism will continue to turn until all of Gaza is a hollowed out shell that serves nothing but capital. So basically, right, like what we are seeing right now with the different protests, mobilizations that are happening in different parts of the world simultaneously. I mean, pretty much that is like a very clear indication that capitalism really is on its way out. And so I don't think it's even a question of convincing people that capitalism is bad, but it's more of like sustaining movements now that we should be focusing on, sustaining our little movement here in Singapore and making it bigger and growing it. So if anything, I hope for this hunger strike, given like the efforts of our strikers and the people who are organizing the program for this hunger strike. Yes, I hope we all get new recruits from this effort that we have, and I hope we also like are able to strengthen our relationships with each other, as well as, you know, like get more information out there. Excuse me. Okay, so this is the last slide, the next one. So, what? Yeah, glory to the martyrs and free Palestine. Down with US imperialism. So, with that, our discussion has ended. I'm sorry that I couldn't be there now, and I'm sorry that I'm not in tip-top shape to be conducting this. I tried. But also thank you for staying with me and bearing with me. And can we end the... It's so quiet. I see people clapping, but it's quiet. Can we end the recording so I can show my face? Lol. So I can thank people for, yeah. Yeah, so they get insights from from the audience, Jay. Sorry. Oh.
Lori, do you want the live stream ongoing still?
Hey everyone, we're coming up to 24 hours of our hunger strike. We will be ending the broadcast for the day at 7 p.m. Strikers will now take turns to share our reflections from our first day of strike and our parting message of the day. My main message from today is I've learned a lot today. I've learned a lot from the teachings, also from conversations with my fellow comrades. And all I can say is that at the end of the day, what I've ultimately learned is that it is our pleasure to serve, and that in order to serve well, we need to stop indulging and to instead focus on the cause. Be selective with what media we consume, because it might not be true, it might not be right.
I guess the main theme for me today is discomfort, my own discomfort. I think not being able to eat, not having the choice to eat really puts things into perspective, how the Palestinians are living. And yeah, I think it's been a very humbling experience for me. I think this discomfort that I feel today that will probably be a bit worse tomorrow will be something that I look back on, because doing activism, organizing people, having conversations is all very uncomfortable experiences. But I think if I can get through this experience, I'll be able to get through a lot more. So yeah.
It's been more draining on the body for me than I expected. So I'm just feeling lethargic the whole day. But yeah, today's teaching was phenomenal. I think I learned a great deal from our fellow teach-ins partners, I guess. And I'm reminded that of some conversations that I had this week as well, and it bewilders me now also that in this conversation we forget that not too long ago, less than 100 years ago, we were also subject to colonialism and occupation, right? By the British, by the Japanese. And somehow I'm brought back to this thing that we do on National Day in schools. I'm not sure if everybody remembers. There will be this sketch, and at some point we'll do this chant, and I would like to end my reflection with this chant, and I hope everyone remembers that whatever we went through, the Palestinians are going through. We had no rights, we had no say, and we long to be free one day. Thank you.
God, that was so powerful. I have two things to share. A is theme of today is selflessness. One thing I got from both teach-ins today is how so much of what we are going through is not our fault. Yeah, so much of what we go through, someone else made the system. A lot more people held up the system, and now we're here and we're like this. Then I asked myself, then why is it my problem to solve when other people made the problem? So when I was reflecting as I was embroidering, I realized that there's this show I really love. It's called The Good Place. And they recommended a book called What We Owe Each Other. I can't remember the exact title. And that book had one very strong philosophy for me, which is that, of course, it's not your fault. Of course, it's not your problem. But it became everybody's responsibility to be part of the solution. And this echoes my own theology and sentiments in Islam. For Muslims, we are told that the reason we are on earth is to take care of the earth. Plants, animals, beings, people, everyone. It's your responsibility. So I felt a lot more pang in my heart when that reflection hit me. How heavy is it a responsibility? Not just because God told us to do it, but because this is what the world has become. Not enough people cared for much too long, and we reached a point where it's absurd. Everything's absurd, right? And especially in the second teach-in, when we learned about imperialism, there was a point where I felt I was so small against a problem that is so big, forgetting that compared to the amount of people on Earth, the problem's actually small enough if we work together. So I was between hope and despair, hope and despair, hope and despair. But I'm ending it on hope because I want us to remember that the end of the story is your decision. You have to decide, no, it's not going to end this way. Yeah, it will be okay in the end because I will only end once it's okay. So that was the hugest strength for me today. Thank you, guys. Christina?
I think today, one thing I would really like to highlight is like all the teach-ins. I think that we have been very reliant on like institutions to like control the hegemony of knowledge and stuff like that. And I think that our ability to pool knowledge, to disseminate it, to share it, is amazing, and that like it should empower us, like our community, to feel that we are capable of being able to do something like that, to teach each other, to not always rely not always rely on those in power to hold the hegemony of knowledge and to create knowledge for ourselves. I think it's very impressive. Like we have all the lineups for today and for tomorrow and for next week, and I think that should empower us. I think that's very like impressive and cool. So yeah, that's my reflection for today. Yeah.
I just before I spoke, just checked back about the fundraiser that we are doing today, which is Shahid, and as much as Shahid's hunger and famine is really far from Singapore, at least physically, I think the outcome of the teach-ins today is that there is a very clear case that we have very direct response, not us in personally, but we are in a position of very great responsibility for what is happening to her, and there is a lot that we can do. I think if you look back, because it's recorded, I do invite you to guys go through the teach-ins, even if you've missed them. But there is an exceptionally clear case. There is a lot that we can do, not just for Shahid, but the entire system of exploitation that Singapore is a part of, that is also a part of Shahid's oppression and famine and stuff like that. Yeah, so I feel refocused after the teach-ins today that we need to continue working on this. There's a very clear path to what we need to do to dismantle the systems of oppression that Singapore is a part of. Yeah.
Thank you, Omar. Okay, for me is I have two things. So one of the lessons today is we need somehow when we go through life, we need to learn how to live without. Like for example, we are dependent on food, we are dependent on something like as a necessity, because if we live without, we will learn how to be self-reliant. We can learn to survive on our own instinct, our own struggle, because that's how Palestinians have been living. So this is a lesson for us all. So by doing this hunger strike, it becomes clear to me that one of the things that we should do to feel what they feel, we also need to live without something like that we treasure most. In this case is food, and in this case our necessities. So for the second thing is the teachings for like the boycotts and colonialism, for the imperialism, etc. is a way of telling us the things that happened in the past. These are really history lessons for us to look back and also to look forward. So history keeps on repeating itself. Are we going to let it, continue that way? It keeps repeating. Are we really going to let it be that way? We need to somehow learn all this, and we need to learn our lesson. Basically, we need to fight these systems that we have. Yeah, that's all for me.
Before we continue, I would like to re-establish our demands. These are the demands that we want. This is the demands that we're asking for. This is what we're asking the Singapore state to follow. Number 1, stop funding genocide. We demand the end of all military, economic, and academic ties with Israel and institutions funding and supplying genocides, starting with an immediate arms embargo and economic sanctions. Number 2, stand on the right side of history. We demand political and diplomatic consequences for genocidal entities, including isolation of Israel on the global stage. Specifically, we call for Singapore to join regional and global efforts to break the siege, i.e. the Gaza Freedom Flotilla, and abide by international law. Number 3, stop the persecution of pro-Palestine solidarity. We demand the state represent the people in Singapore and lift restrictions on civil liberations and expression. We further demand ending ties with Israeli spyware and surveillance technology, which is used to police our own communities. We will continue our hunger strike at home tonight and see you back here tomorrow morning at 11:30 a.m. Free. Oh. Okay, we'll get the cups first. Oh, sorry. We'll start the broadcast at 10:30. Sorry for the inaccuracy. Yes. Okay. Okay. Free, free. Palestine. Free, free. Palestine. Free, free. Palestine. Thank you for being here with us.